We are going to get started first with a public hearing. And in the boardroom, we have Director Santos is here joining us from the boardroom today. And we have, of course, Danny's doing the technical wizardry. Joanne is going to present here with the public hearing. So bear with me as I read through the address. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen bylaw number 2913-2020. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of the public hearing. I will now ask Joanne Peachy, Planner 1, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Go ahead, please, Joanne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2913 amends official community plans for area C, D, E, F, H, and I. And the general purpose of the bylaw is to introduce growth management policies for agricultural land reserve exclusion applications and to remove the requirement for specific reports for ALR exclusion applications. These amendments are in response to changes made to the Agricultural Land Commission Act in September of last year, where the ability of private landowners to make ALR exclusion applications were removed from the Act. Now, only the province, local government, First Nation, or prescribed bodies can apply. So the RDOS is now responsible for submitting ALR exclusion applications and shoulders the responsibility of the application requirements, which now include a public hearing. One of the OCP amendments removes policy statements under the agricultural land section to require an agrologist report for ALR exclusion applications. And this amendment only applies to areas D, F, H, and I, as these are the only OCPs that currently contain this statement. Under the growth management sections, there are new policies that the board will consider requests for the regional district to initiate an ALR exclusion application only within the context of an OCP review. It also encourages property owners to seek other approvals from the Agricultural Land Commission as an alternative to exclusion, and puts in supporting policies of maintaining the ALR, the integrity of the ALR and its existing boundaries. And this policy statement applies to area C, D, E, F, and I, but not area H, as area H already contains policies regarding ALR boundaries, and this amendment bylaw does not seek to change those policies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Peachy. I now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. I'm just looking for hands up. Nothing so far, Danny. Okay, I'll ask a second time if there's anyone present who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. And I'll ask a third and final time if there's anyone present who wishes to speak. Am I missing anyone, Danny? Okay, seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed at 9:07 a.m. Thank you very much. We can now move on to our committee meeting agendas, and first up is Planning and Development Services, and I will turn things over to Chair Knodel. Go ahead, please, Chair Knodel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda for the Planning and Development Committee. Director George Bush, and seconded Director Gettens. Thank you. The first order up is zoning amendment bylaw 2895, regulation of metal storage containers. I will turn this over to CAO Newell at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So back again. So this is officially 1 year old now. We started talking about this back in March of 2020. We've had it at committee 5 times. We've had it up to the board 3 times. We've done 1 public consultation, 2 public hearings, and I think we're starting to narrow it down. We've I think agreed that rules would be good around containers. We just have to figure out what they are and how pervasive they're going to be. So right now, with containers, we've got that identified in 2 bylaws, zoning bylaws and the building bylaw, with different uses and applications. But currently, we just treat containers as accessory buildings. So we do administer them. It's just that as we started to get more containers, and they are very popular, especially in higher residential or density areas. So the more that some people like them, the more that their neighbors don't seem to. So we start getting complaints, and we're looking for tools to use that we can address, that we can not put up extra red tape, but that we can use in order to try and resolve difficulties. If we don't do it, it usually ends up as an inter-neighbor dispute, and that causes more trouble, or they come in retroactively, and then we don't have tools in order to address them. So 2 different reports, one on the zoning issues, and then the next one on the building bylaw issues. Really, the building bylaw is just the trigger for a permit, and health and safety issues, whereas the regulations that are proposed for the zoning bylaw are more of the aesthetic nature, and how much of an imposition they're going to be on the neighborhood. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Garish. He's got 3 issues that he's really looking for some direction on today, and he'll explain those. But one is, do we want to put rules on at all? If so, what zones do we want to put rules on? Because, of course, the major impact is on higher density zones. And then really a separate issue is, should we allow them in commercial areas, and if so, where? Because then it could become an aesthetic issue as people get into our commercial zones in the unincorporated areas. So I'll turn this over to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair, and he can provide more information.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to share my screen. I've got the presentation that I presented last committee meeting. I'm not going to run through the whole slideshow again, but I might just touch on some pertinent themes here. So I'm just trying to get my...
Hi, sweetie.
Oops. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so further to the comments from the CAO just now, just a really quick background again. So metal storage containers are currently regulated through the building bylaw and the electoral area zoning bylaws. The building bylaw is the bylaw that requires a siting permit. Zoning bylaws, we don't really require any permits per se. We consider or have interpreted these to be accessory structures. And as long as you're meeting the requirements of the applicable zone, you generally don't require any further planning approvals unless you happen to be in a development permit area or you need a variance. This is just more background. Some examples of situations where the building department has encountered shipping containers being modified structurally for various uses. Previous board resolutions. Okay, so just touching on bylaw number 2895, which, as the CEO indicated, has been out for public hearing twice now, has been the subject of a number of committee meetings, consultation with the community and the APCs. So its current structure is proposing that, within the resource area ag and large holding zones, that really the only regulation that we're looking to introduce is to limit the stacking of containers to no more than 2, and that's it. There's no restrictions on numbers. There's no other restrictions on placement of these in terms of setbacks and principal dwelling units. That's for the other zones, which I'll touch on in a second here. Within our low density residential zones, which are the RS zones and our small holding zones, we are proposing new regulations. At this point in time, the amendment bylaw is suggesting or requiring that a parcel be no less than 0.5 hectares in area in order to qualify for a shipping container. That if a shipping container is to be placed on a site, that it generally matches the color of the principal buildings, and that it's also not sited between the front parcel line and the principal building. That's primarily for aesthetic considerations. And then finally, the amendment bylaw is making allowances, I believe, for all zones for temporary uses, either related to a construction project where a building permit's been issued, or if somebody is moving premises, whether it's a house or commercial use, that they can place a shipping container or metal storage container on the property for a short period of time, I believe no more than 30 days in a calendar year. So some of the issues for the siting permits in the building bylaw, we do feel that these are beneficial. They support a proactive, effective, and efficient way to pursue bylaw enforcement. The alternative, which is reactive, is time-consuming and costly, as the board is aware. We also feel that siting permits will support the proposed zoning changes, particularly in the residential and small holding zones that the board is looking at. And really, when it comes to enforcement, I mean, in terms of priorities, my understanding is the enforcement part of bylaw has been looking really at written complaints or where there's been modifications undertaken that bring it into the realm of health and safety. That we're not out there enforcing against every single shipping that we may or may not see. In terms of the zoning amendments as they're currently written, at staff level at least, we feel that these will provide clarity on how the bylaws deal with metal storage containers. They do address the concerns that we have been hearing over the years in relation to the placement of these within residential and rural residential neighborhoods. And I believe that the public input that we received when we did consultation was 3-to-1 in favor of some form of regulation for containers. But I recognize too that there's many caveats to those public comments. And we also do support the flexibility, obviously, that allowing containers on a property for short-term projects or relocations allows. So I also appreciate that, despite being a second reading and having gone through 2 public hearings, that we are back at committee and that the board does have concerns with the bylaw as it's written. So we tried to put some options forward for consideration by the board. And so one of the questions you could consider is if the small holding zones should be treated similar to the other rural zones, i.e. the resource area ag and large holding zones, and not treated in the same way as our RS zones. Also, similarly, the board could consider whether the regulations could be relaxed to allow for containers in commercial zones. And if so, do we want to apply the same type of regulation that requires containers not be put in the front of a parcel, and that ideally they're placed behind the principal building? And then I just wanted to highlight too that if ultimately bylaw 2895 is abandoned by the board, which is one of the options you could pursue today, that we would still continue in the planning department to interpret shipping containers as accessory buildings and structures, so they would still be subject to the regulations contained in the applicable zones. And I think that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
All right, we'll open the floor to questions for Mr. Garish. Director Coyne?
Yeah, Chris. I'm going to use a specific example at Missoula Lake, where they have fairly good-sized lots. They would still be able to have a shipping container there, but in downtown, the old part of Tulameen, where they're really small lots, they would not be able to have it under this restrictions. Am I interpreting that right?
I'm just zooming in on Missoula Lake right now, because I believe Missoula's got an RS2 zoning, which is very similar to the zoning in the Tulameen town site. And under the current regulations for the zoning, any parcel in Tulameen or Missoula Lake would be required to have 0.5 hectares. And I honestly don't know if there's that many parcels that large in either of those communities. So at present, no.
Problem. We have quite a few of them, especially at Missoula.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. My question's in regards to the 30-day moving. Is there a process written down in regards to extensions? Like a process around that? You know, for instance, something gets in the way, something stops, but this is still for moving, etc.
Not at this point. I mean, that would be something we might have to bring back to the board in future if we see that becoming a continual problem where people are exceeding the 30 days. But at this point, we don't have anything written down for dealing with that.
Thank you. Director Olbrich?
Thank you. I have a few comments and a couple questions. In Area D, there's strong support for containers with reasonable conditions. We're a very diverse area: commercial, industrial, residential with much smaller lots, residential with medium, larger residential, 5-acre holdings. So the first comment is the primary feedback I've received and observed at the APC discussion, but also from community members, is the half-acre or half-hectare sizing. There are many properties currently that have use of the containers under that size, and the primary concerns are siting and aesthetics, not so much size of the lot. The size of the lot can be a little tricky sometimes because the one lot can be very suited and another not, based on the slope and characteristics of the lot. So with aesthetics, it's not so much that it be the same color so much as it be tidy and respectful, clean. We have people using them for, I was surprised how many people contacted me and they had a collector car that they stored discreetly. Driving by the property, you'd never know the container was there. No concerns, no complaints. But they had a concern. Their anxiety is, will this mean that they will have to lose that use that they very much value? So with that feedback, the two questions, the first question is grandfathering. Will people who have a legal use now be permitted to continue even if the rule changes? And the second question is variance. Would there be opportunity for variance applications so that people who had didn't fit the new rule but had a use they wanted, could they apply? And my final comment, I really like the accessory building approach. I think that's a strong foundation to build off of. But it's, back to the aesthetics and the siting, and I think you've addressed the siting really well. And I think the balance, I sure appreciate the hard work being done to find the balance. And in our area, those are the balancing tweaks that I hear from people. People who have containers would be comfortable with, people who don't have containers would be comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Director Bush?
Well, shouldn't we get an answer to Director Olbrich's questions first?
Probably a good idea. Mr. Garish, would you care to comment?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so on the first question on grandfathering, anytime a bylaw changes, grandfathering applies under the Local Government Act. And so, I mean, the key question there is, was the shipping container lawfully established on the site before we changed our bylaws? And, generally we like to see, okay, was it outside setbacks? Does it meet height? I guess more recently, has it obtained a siting permit from the building department? And if all those apply, then yes, grandfathering is applicable, and we wouldn't be looking to try to enforce or remove containers that were, as I said, lawfully established. For anybody who wanted to have a container and didn't comply with any of the regs that we have in zoning, yes, certainly a variance permit would be an option for them. And I'm sorry, I recall there was a third question there, but I don't remember what it was.
Thank you very much. And those are the two questions, but they're real important to us. First off, I've been telling people those two things. So I feel that approach, when I had a conversation with members of the community, and I've said that those things, legal non-conforming, not to worry, or there should be a variance, should you, that really helped people have comfort with the kind of changes you're proposing. That made a big difference. So thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Director Olbrich. You mirror some of my questions, so it just kind of overlapped there. Director Bush.
Yes, thank you. Now I see trailers being used too. They pull them off their axles, and trailers are set on the ground, which are very similar to containers, but they're not containers. And I'm just wondering, are these included in these bylaws?
Mr. Garish, please.
Thank you. No, the current amendment bylaw 2895 does not address trailers.
Director Bush. Any further? All right, thank you. I do have a couple of concerns here. Every area, a lot of these areas are going to be considerably different by nature. So I'm not sure that a blanket rule is going to work well. But when it comes to viewing them as a structure, if they're being moved, I'm just kind of questioning how you view them as a structure. The other point that I'd like to ask Mr. Garish is these containers, quite often for the uses that they're intended, must be altered, either open for ventilation or for easier access for storing various things. They've been used considerably in construction. They're extremely sturdy. The cross pieces do not actually carry the weight. If you look at them when they're stacked, the 4 points, the 4 pillars are on the corners are the carrying points. So they're structurally modifying them. It's unless you cut the actual cross members, generally wouldn't lead them to any kind of a safety concern. Lighting also is one of the issues that I've seen them opened up for. If they're in a remote area where power isn't available, quite often they're putting a screened or barred opening in them or a window for the purpose of allowing light in, so the workers, farm workers generally in my area, have an ability to see what's in these containers. So considering them a structure opens up a whole list of building code issues that I'm not sure I'd like to see attached to these containers for farming areas. As a structure, I don't really see them as a structure unless they're on a purpose-built footing or foundation. They're quite often stored on slabs, but they're moved still, so that the slab doesn't really become purpose-built. But when they're put on a purpose-built footing or foundation, then you know they're not leaving there. They have the intent of being a building. So that does concern me. And I very much agree with the viewing stacked ones for any other purpose other than storage. Stacking becomes a safety issue in itself. So from that point, I definitely agree. I'm just thinking we may need a little more input here on a few of these things. Mr. Garish, would you care to comment? You're muted, Mr. Garish.
Sorry, thank you for catching that. I'm happy to try to speak to the interpretation of structure in the context of the zoning bylaws, but I think a lot of the other questions you raised, I might defer to Ms. Miller in relation to building code considerations. But from planning's perspective, and in the context of the zoning bylaw, generally how people are using these are the same way that they would use a similar type structure if it was stick built. So for our purposes, we just consider it to be that. And, if the board was of a different opinion, I mean, we could certainly look at the definition of a structure, because we do have a section in it that actually excludes certain types of things that we don't consider to be a structure. So if that was the board's preference, we could look at it, but for the time being, for our purposes, we do see it as a structure. And then for the building code stuff, if Laura's on the line, maybe she can speak to some of those issues.
Thank you. I think we'll let Ms. Miller comment if she's available before we go to Director Gettens. Ms. Miller, are you available? I'm going to assume that Ms. Miller is not available at this point, so we'll come back to her. Director Gettens, do you have a question?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Miller's on the line here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to wait to be unmuted by the host. So as far as modifications to the storage containers, if there is minor modifications for ventilation or for light, it wouldn't even be noticed by a building official, and unless a complaint came in regarding the use, we wouldn't do any sort of enforcement action or require a building permit. As far as the structure itself, the definition of a structure in our building bylaw is anything that is supported by or sunk into the ground. So it meets the definition of a structure. Part of the reason that we introduced a siting permit was because these storage containers are a pre-engineered, pretty reliable structure that we wanted to streamline as far as getting a permit to make sure that they comply with zoning requirements for accessory structures, but didn't have to pay for the cost of a building permit and have to provide engineered drawings and elevations. And so it's just more of a streamlined process.
If I might, Ms. Miller, does the building code cover anything that would be intended to be mobile or moved from place to place as these containers are?
The building code itself doesn't speak to relocating it. It just talks to the structure. If, say, for example, on a large agricultural property, the container was moved from spot to spot, unless we had a complaint that it was in a environmentally sensitive or riparian area, it wouldn't be an issue.
Thank you. Director Gettens?
Thank you to the chair. I just wanted to confirm with our accessory building allowance that are accessory buildings allowed to be between the front parcel line and the principal building? I just want to confirm that with the staff, if that's okay.
Ms. Miller or Mr. Garish?
I can take that one. So at the moment, the zoning by like none of the electoral area zoning bylaws include any restrictions on the placement of accessory dwellings vis-a-vis a front parcel line or a principal dwelling unit. So I guess in short, they could be placed anywhere on the property outside of established setbacks, whether it's front, rear, or side.
Thank you. Just as a quick follow-up, if I might, Chair. For Greater West Bench, and so we have our own zone, the SH6 zone, and I actually like this bylaw for Greater West Bench because we do have properties that are dropping off containers along the front, and it's changing the look and the feel of what's important to the people that live around here. But then when I talk with residents and citizens in Falder, and they're small holding 3, so a different zone, and that's supposed to be a minimum of 1 hectare, and they're more in favor of the containers there because they use them there. It's a different type of lifestyle and what you use your property for in Falder. But so many of those larger hectare properties have been subdivided. And so now they don't all necessarily meet that minimum. So I do appreciate the variance, and I do appreciate that this is really different for different areas. Just even within my one area, it's really different. So I would like to, for small holding 6, have this, especially with variances of being allowed or being able to come to the board, because again, in Greater West Bench, we have so many different shaped properties that sometimes it just makes sense because properties are back to front and such. So thank you for clarifying. That was a good clarification for me. Thanks.
Director Coyne Senior.
On the, excuse me, on the issue of the commercial properties, I strongly believe that they should be allowed on commercial properties. And I don't really see the point of it being between, not being between the principal building and the street. In a downtown OK Falls, that would probably be a concern. But out here where we have very little commercial property or industrial property, the main, excuse me, the main building sometimes isn't the main building anymore when you've got a whole bunch of logging trucks and equipment and stuff around. And they seem to be using them a lot here to store things like tires, for example, in because the squirrels like to ruin tires. So it's really, that would be a real burden on the few properties that we do have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Director Pendergraft, please.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I agree with the citing of them on commercial properties as well. I do have a concern though with what staff was defining as a minor change to the container itself. I think we need to define what kind of a modification is minor. Is it a 2 by 2 foot window or is it a 4 foot by 6 foot window? Just so that's clear. I also think we need to allow these containers up to a certain size, even on the residential zones, say a 10 foot or smaller container. They can go out right now and buy a garden shed at Canadian Tire and set that up with no problems, yet they can't put up a similar sized container. It makes no sense to me. So I think that should be allowed. And my other thought is to do with siting permits. So I'll hold that one until we deal with that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pendergraft. Are there any other questions out there at this time? Director Coyne?
Yeah, this one would be for Laura. So something that happens quite a bit with these containers out here is people put a man door in it and they put a window in it. Is that over the minor alteration level? Because that's a real common thing here. Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
depend on what the ultimate use of that storage container is going to be. If it's going to be any sort of residential use, then it would be considered requiring a building permit. Yeah, it might exceed the definition of minor. And I just want to speak to that. We're putting together an information brochure that can set out what minor and what the requirements are for between a siting permit and a building permit.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Director Point, please.
Yeah, these ones in particular that I'm talking about, they're mostly local ranchers that use them to store like their baler twine and stuff in, because mice and rats love to destroy baler twine, and trying to open and close those big doors when you're packing a bale of twine is rather difficult. So they generally put in a window so they've got some light, and then they've got a man door so they can get in and out. They're not used for residences or anything like that. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Are there any other questions out there? Director Roberts?
Less to the chair, and less than a question and more of a statement. And again, in the agricultural area, which I know that there's a lot less concern, but in regards to modifications, a lot of times, as we stated, I think it's really good to have it articulated, because a lot of times these are used for spray sheds, you know, stuff that you need to have vented, and that you might want to have a more appropriate access to them, but you also need them to be mobile, taking them to, let's say, if you have a larger agricultural piece of property, and be able to take them around and move them. So I think it's important to have that definition in regards to what is modification that is acceptable and what isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Are there any other questions out there at this point? I don't see any, but I do have a comment that I think this is going to be a very difficult single bylaw to create. These creations are extremely useful, and that makes them extremely controversial too. In the more rural areas, they offer security from rodents and vermin. Also, they're very secure against theft, way more so than a stick building of any kind. Big steel box sells a puck lock that you would need considerable amount of equipment and technology to get into. So they're very attractive to the more rural areas, whether you're farming or not. The storage advantages to them are enormous. And their ability to be moved quite easily. I've moved mine a couple of times. It doesn't take great equipment to move them. So this is going to put a lot of difficulties, and I'll use an example, say area I or area F, where you have multiple demographics. I don't know how one bylaw is going to do this, and we might have to look at another model for this. At this point, I think we should move on to the siting permit portion of this. Mr. Newell, do you want to make a comment on that?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So one of the questions Director Pendergraft raised, and I thought was a good one that didn't come up this time, is we have rules in two bylaws, and there is going to need to be some coordination between the two. So once we get done our discussion about the building bylaw, I'm going to need some advice from either Chris or Laura on, we didn't have any administrative recommendations on these, so I'm not sure what their intent is as to how we're going to move these forward, whether they want some specific advice from committee before they bring something forward to the board, or whether they're going to take your conversation and interpret it, which is always dangerous for a bureaucrat, and put those onto the board agenda in the form of a bylaw. So I think at this point, Laura, you're going to need to address the two bylaw thing And then at the end of this discussion, Mr. Chair, we should talk about how we move these forward into what forum. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller and she can present on the building bylaw.
You're muted, Ms. Miller.
All right, there you go. I don't have a specific presentation other than what Mr. Garish had already presented. As far as the two bylaws, me and Chris, Mr. Garish had talked about that as far as how we can do that, and we could possibly do that in the definitions section to similar to what the retaining wall. So having some sort of image and to refer to the building bylaw and vice versa. And then, like I had already mentioned about the information brochure to further clarify what the requirements are.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Do you have a follow-up, CEO Newell?
Then we should talk about how committee wants these two bylaws to move forward, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Going forward, this again, I'm looking at the difficulties of multiple. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to let Director Monteith go before I start my spiel.
To the chair. I mean, the shipping container bylaw was brought to me by residents at Apex, and they really wanted it up there because they are feeling the balance of use and the intrusiveness of having them pop up everywhere without any guidance on them. So I do appreciate the conversations, and I've been quite intrigued with how it's impacting different areas differently. And you know, it's very apparent that I don't know if there is a cookie cutter solution. But I'm wondering, and I guess it's a question to staff, I'm wondering if maybe adding some guidance around shipping containers to the different zonings, is that an option versus making a bylaw that's, so I'm looking like Alpine, right? Apex has its own zoning, carrying the Area F has its own zoning, and maybe targeting the zonings that those areas are impacted specifically versus a bylaw. Is that a possibility?
Thank you, Director Monteith. I'm going to assume this one goes to Mr. Garish.
Sure, thank you. Well, I mean, if the board wants regulations for shipping containers, we're going to have to do it by bylaw. And I mean, we can draft and put forward whatever it is in terms of direction that the board wants. We can, I mean, we can make it work. It's just, you know, pinning down what that direction is going to be, which zones it's going to apply to, and which electoral areas. And, you know, at this point, you know, the direction I have from the board is the direction that's contained within 2895. So if a change needs to be made, I mean, ideally, from my perspective, it would be sorted out today. And I can certainly redraft the bylaw to have regulations that apply specifically to the Apex zone, specifically to the West Bench zone. But it still leaves the question as to how do we want to, or how does the board want to deal with the other remaining low density residential and small holding zones?
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any other questions for Mr. Garish, Mr. Miller at this point? Director Gettens?
Thank you. I'm trying to the chair, I'm trying to figure out how we can move forward with staff on this. And it sounds like with the small holding zones is the trickiest one because they're so varied in size and they're so different around our region. And so I guess if Apex has their own zone and we have ours, is it better just to then remove the small holding zone from the bylaw, just have it to those specific zones that work? And I don't know, like with OK Falls, if there's a zone within the township there. But yeah, I think that's why this is taking so long, is because there's so many different zones in our area, and our citizens use their properties so differently. But does it make sense? I'm just curious to hear from the board if it makes sense to remove small holdings altogether. Does that fit the needs of the board?
Thank you, Director Gettens. I'm not sure where to direct that. Probably Mr. Garish.
Again, I mean, I can draft whatever it is that the board wants. I mean, the only concern that just popped up for me now is that I believe, and I'll use Area A because I think we received majority of our comments from residents and anarchists, and 75% of them wanted to see some form of regulation for shipping containers, and they're generally in a small holdings 3 up there. So, zone up in that area. So it'd be easy enough for me to remove small holdings, but I mean, there could be some consequences for that in terms of, what we heard from the public.
Follow up, Director Gettens?
Yeah, so if a small holdings 3 is a minimum 1 hectare, then they would be able to do that, to have the container. Is that correct?
If the direction is to remove small holdings, then yes, they would be allowed to have it. I was just saying that the nature of the comments that we received from anarchists was that they were looking for regulations around
regulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, just again, this is a repeat of what I said previously. It's hard when you have small holdings, but all the rules of the holdings doesn't always apply when we allow subdivision and such, like in Falder. So yeah, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Director Pendergraft, and then Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. In regards to the siting permits, personally, I'm not in favor of them, and it's for 2 main reasons. The main one being that I don't think they're effective at all. I spoke to one of the people who sells containers, and he estimated that last year alone, there was 50 containers placed in Area A, and we had 5 siting permits applied for. We're not effective. Making the argument that it's proactive and an effective method of enforcement is ludicrous. We either need to eliminate the siting permits completely and make it easy for everybody and base it on complaints. And my second point is that the siting permits, as I asked last meeting, invoke the environmentally sensitive development permit areas. And that regulation, the cost of the permit to get the environmentally sensitive development permit is now exceeding the cost of most containers. That again is not, to me, very efficient or effective. So my preference would be to eliminate the siting permits, and then you have one bylaw that's not confusing to the people. They look at the container bylaw and they know what they need to follow. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Pendergraft. Director Monteith, please. Answer. Well, obviously, we're going to be going forward with this again. Still a lot of things to be answered. I don't think we've got a resolution at this point, so there's going to have to be some more input, and I'd like to suggest that we do a written input to Mr. Garish so he has record of what we're doing. We can keep kicking this around at committee, but I think Mr. Garish needs a written input from the various areas. The demographics here for each area are going to be a terribly difficult thing to work around. So, Mr. Garish, do you have anything to add to that?
Other than to agree that I mean, certainly written direction from the committee would be very helpful. I mean, short of that, and further to what the CAO indicated earlier, I mean, I'd take a stab at trying to draft something up, but I'd be hesitant to do so because I'm not sure if I'd be even on the same track as the board is at the moment. So yeah, so written direction would be helpful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. I don't envy you on this particular one. It's going to be an extremely difficult one to cover all the bases without adversely affecting quite a few people. Mr. Newell?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm getting to the opinion where we're not going to have a consensus on this. And what it may take is that we'll address all of the comments and concerns that came up today, and we may have to put them on the floor as an amendment and have the board vote on them as to whether they want to move ahead or not. Otherwise, I think we'll have this rattling around at committee for another year. So we may have to have a definitive vote on each of these specific issues that have been raised. And I think Mr. Garish and Ms. Miller have enough of an idea to identify the issues. We can put forward an administrative recommendation for an amendment, and the board can then direct us to go in a certain way. The only other thing I was hoping to get a response from Chris or Laura on is that I believe we have to have that siting requirement in the building bylaw in order to trigger the zoning issues that we're talking about. If we don't, I'm not sure. It seemed to me that just from previous discussion, it was important to have containers identified in the building bylaw. So I'd ask either Chris or Laura to talk about that before we close, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. Ms. Miller, either of you have a comment on this?
Well, from planning's perspective, it would certainly be beneficial to try to get out in front of people placing containers on their property through the siting permit, so that we could ensure that they're not placing them within a development permit area, that they are complying with whatever zoning regulations the board may choose to adopt, as opposed to trying to do it retroactively, which can be more time consuming, at least for the regional district, and costly as well. So that's planning's perspective. I'm not sure if Laura has anything to add to that.
Ms. Miller? You're muted, Ms. Miller.
Okay. As far as the enforcement side of things, if it's not contained within the building bylaw, enforcement subject to complaint has to come to the board, and the only avenue to have it corrected is to have legal action. If we have it in the building bylaw, we can go the route of the section 57 notice on title, and unless it's a health and safety risk, then it's resolved. So that's where the efficiency of enforcement side of things comes in. Not so far as, you know, there's lots of them out there that haven't been accounted for.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Yeah, we still have to deal with the variance and grandfathering issues too. I'm sure that would come to raise its head before this is all over. Director Obrick, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you to the chair, and a question and a comment. I'll start with the comment, just speaking to what Ms. Miller just said and was said. Rules can be real important for the community and for staff and for enforcement. And the fact that people don't comply is just the worst reason not to have a rule. I'm very familiar in Alberta and in BC, roads where the vast majority, at times it feels like 100% of the traffic is not complying with a speed limit. And yet I would not take speed limits off those roads. One of the funny things about these kind of rules is they're a tool that you really need when you don't have them. And when you have them, there will be people who comply. And when there's a complaint that drives an investigation, it gives us as a community a way of keeping a little order. So the balance here is the challenge, which I really respect. And the question, I see this as one size fits all just isn't going to work. Within our area, we have industrial, we have commercial, we have smaller, we have larger holdings, we have diversity in holdings, we have differences in geography or nature of the holdings. And that's not even getting into how different areas are. We're different from Cawston. We're different than Tulameen. And I think Tulameen and Cawston have legitimate concerns that are different from, you know, OK Falls town center or even some of our surrounding bench areas. So my question is, and this is with the hope that it's helpful. Could we not have a little more careful finesse so we can make Anarchist happy, but also we can make OK Falls happy, and maybe West Bench happy, and maybe Costin? The one size fits all approach may not work. And I think, you know, I've had family in Costin. They love the way they can do things there. And I'm not sure that we want to try to force everybody to fit the same, you know, as Director Monti said, the same cookie cutter shape. So that's my question. Could we have a little finessing so we could, because I agree with the CAO consensus here. I think it's challenging to find a one size fits all approach. And I'm not suggesting that's being done. I appreciate the diversity in the different zoning. But I think in general, you know, for our area, the work done so far is positive, and I think it's good work. And you know, when we mention grandfathering and variancing, those are real important legal tools that really help transition to a better tomorrow. You know, the fact we had a bad yesterday is not a good excuse to not do better tomorrow. And those are the transition tools. So those are my comments, and that's my question. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Mr. Garish, would you care to reply?
Well, just to reiterate that, I mean, certainly we can draft the zoning bylaws to reflect local nuance within the electoral areas. It's just, I think, as we recognize, you know, trying to pin down what exactly that form is going to take and bringing it forward in a bylaw that's acceptable to the board. So I'm happy to take another stab at it and return to committee and see if we're getting any closer.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Do you have any follow-up, CAO Newell?
Couldn't find my mouse. No, I believe we probably exhausted this one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're kind of beating this to death, but I see it's going to be coming back. So we'll move on to the next point. There's no motion to be made here. Our next item up is a review of the Advisory Planning Commission policy considerations. CAO Newell, do you care to enlighten us?
We have we're looking for more direction on public presentations delegated out to APCs, and some of the I think some of the nuances of how that respects the legislation, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Garish will take us through this one.
Thank you. Mr. Garish?
Sure, thank you. I don't actually have a PowerPoint for this one because it's it was very hard to put in the form of a PowerPoint presentation, but I do want to say that and this is further to the direction that was provided by the board in relation to exploring the ability to take or have representations received on land use planning applications considered by their APC. For staff, the largest challenge that we see here is that the Local Government Act is structured in a way to facilitate public comments being submitted to the board for the board's consideration. And I'm not saying it's not entirely impossible to try to facilitate that for the APCs, but it certainly represents logistical challenges for us within the planning department, potential duplication of what we have to do in terms of notifying the public about applications while still complying with our statutory requirements. And also, again, just the logistics of, you know, when and how that can happen so that we can continue to process applications in a timely manner. We're concerned that if we have to make changes to facilitate APC consideration of representations, that it's going to significantly slow down the processing of some applications. It may be unnecessary, particularly if it's an uncontroversial proposal. And you know, there's other challenges as well in terms of, you know, what is the role, or what does the board envision the role for the APC in this process to be? I mean, certainly at the staff level, we have ideas of what that is, and we feel that the APC is just one of a suite of perspectives that we try to bring forward to the board for its consideration when it's looking at these land use applications. And that APC perspective is distinct and separate from what the board is likely to hear from immediate neighbors who put in representations, and that by potentially having the two combine come together, that the APC might lose that broader community level perspective that we think it brings to bear on land use applications. All that being said, though, we do feel that there is room for one improvement in relation to APCs and representations, and that's in the development variance permit application process. As the electoral area directors are aware, at the moment the procedures bylaw grants you the ability to direct an application either to your APC first or to the board. We feel there's a strong argument to having that discretion removed because we're concerned that the board can't delegate that to an individual director. It also creates a certain level of uncertainty when we're dealing with people at the counter or over the phone who are querying like how is their application going to be processed. It's difficult for us to tell them sometimes because we don't know which route it's going to go. And we also feel that if that discretion is removed, it will allow us to process those types of applications a little bit quicker. And if it's uncontroversial, the board can dispatch it pretty quickly. However, if there is comments received and if the board is looking for additional input, the board still has the ability to defer those to the APC for comment, although not our preference. Obviously, when the board has considered an application, all the representations that come with that are on the board's agenda. That's a public document. If an APC is curious as to why it's being referred to DVP, those representations are available for it should it choose to look at the previous board agenda and to get a better understanding of what's going on. So, to summarize, we generally feel our current processes are sufficient. They've been structured in a way to ensure efficiency and timely processing of applications. And subject to that one change in relation to DVPs, we don't think there's hopefully too much else that needs to occur with the development procedures bylaw. So I'm happy to take any questions or try to clarify any points if the board has questions of me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. Director Pendergraft, I did see a hand up there.
I did have a hand up, but I don't have a question. It was more of a comment, so I'll hold it for a minute.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Director Monteith?
To the chair, my APC at the last meeting actually made a motion to this exact effect that they would like to have input from neighbors and the community. And considering, they're making a recommendation to me and to the board, and the whole point of a variance is a change to the bylaw. But if they don't have all the information from the residents in the community and how the community feels, it's really putting neighbor against neighbor. And it's not fair. They felt it wasn't fair to be put in that position that they're asked to be support a variance that they don't know if the rest of the community would support. And some of it is simple things. You're right, absolutely. Some of it is really truly a little minor variance. It's not a big deal. But a larger variance that they may support, but the neighbors may not, it puts them in print against their neighbors. And it's putting everybody in an awkward position. And then to hear that prior APC members, would actually go visit a site, had a badge that they could tour the location and talk to the resident of the owner of the property. It's concerning that there's those siloed conversations that the entire APC is not getting the privilege of getting. And it's not fair to the residents that are in those positions. And I feel like we're going to lose good quality volunteers that are giving us good feedback. And if we don't support them in getting some sort of organized information that they feel is more community-based input into their support or not support of an application. So I guess it's more, I'm actually on the other side of staff on this one. I feel that they should have some feedback and opportunity, and that's where I'm going with that. So anyways, I'll come back.
Thank you, Director Monteith. Mr. Garish, do you have a comment to make?
No.
Thank you. Director Olbrich and then Director Coyne.
Yes, and thank you very much to the chair. I was on the Advisory Planning Commission before I was elected to this board, and I just want to share with all of you, I was just as intelligent the day before I was elected as I was the day after. The members of our advisory planning commissions provide high value, and I echo what Director Monteith just said. If we value the public input and engagement process, this is one of our highest value opportunities to really hear from the community, and through the directors who attend these meetings and at the board level where we receive this valuable input. I fear that if we have somebody making a judgment that this is a minor matter, my observation is we don't always know what we don't know. And so when we make a prejudgment, that's a prejudgment. When you prejudge something, you may miss something of high value, of real importance. And that valuable community input is lost to this board, but it's also not respectful to that community. And I think that's what the delicate balance here, I think we need to strike. What I have done since I've been elected, and I'm real careful with our advisory commissions, I let them know that it's their commission, that we care at the board, hearing from them what their advice is. That's why we call them an advisory commission. And I let them know that we that we have that we want to hear from them. Like Director Monteith, they want to know things. They want to be engaged. They want to give the advice. They understand the advice is not binding on the board. They understand that. They're pretty high quality people, most of them. I think all of them in my experience, but I don't know what the other commissions are dealing with. I don't know if there's an issue here of concern. My final point is what I do when I get one of those emails from staff is I consider it myself, whether or not to send it to the APC. I always think about it myself. I make my own decision. I keep it private. Then I call the chair of our advisory planning commission and I run it by the chair and I say, what do you think? And if we both agree that it shouldn't go to the APC, but I think what I've done in that process is I've respected the community. I haven't made the decision. I've consulted the community even in the decision not to send it to the community advisory planning commission process. And I do appreciate if you change the rule and the board has to make this decision. Well, we're going to be busy at the board having a lot of conversations on whether or not we need to send these things to the advisory planning commission. And there's 18 of you who really don't know my area the same as well as Director Monteith does, for example. She knows it real well. So that might put you in a more difficult position. And if that's a necessary change, I respect it. I'm happy to work within the rules. But I just want to be mindful of the high value we get. And you know, if we want to respect the community engagement and input, this is a high value, low cost way to do that. And in terms of speeding things up and expediting, well, I'm all in favor of keeping costs down, and that includes time costs, get costs. That's a different conversation. I'm not sure this is the right direction. If those are the goals, I think there's other things we could do that maybe could be of a high value and achieve the same objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Director Coyne?
So with Director Monteith's suggestion that the APC members get community input through however, I really strongly disagree with that. And the reason being, we're the ones that are elected and we're the ones that take the flack and we're the ones that take the obnoxious phone calls. And I would never, ever subject my APC members to some of the verbal abuse and whatnot that special interest people have when some of these controversial issues come up. When we have our APC meeting, they get to sit down with the proponent and they have a logical conversation about what the proposal is, and they get to question the proposal, and then they make a decision which then gets reflected back to the board. Now, if you have special interest groups or special people in the community that feel very strongly about these things, or neighbors that some small communities kind of have different camps in them, and they can be awfully mean to their neighbors at times. And I would never, ever subject my APC members to that sort of stuff from the outside. So I respectfully would not agree with that. The way it works now is done very, very tastefully, and that information gets passed on to the board, and it protects our APC members. Thank you.
Very good points, Director Coyne. I see a hand for the boardroom. I assume that's Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair Knodel. I have to say I agree 100% with Director Bob Coyne, and you know, I've been listening and waiting to make some points. I think it's been working very well. We are the elected officials to make those final decisions, and I would not want to put my Area E APC in the position of receiving letters and in-person feedback from citizens. I've already seen that go awry. We've had situations where we've had 50 people pile into the room to speak to the APC and all plead their case. And if you allow one to speak, they have to allow all. And that includes a written submission. And it puts them in a situation of being there to all hours and cutting off some of the folks and not allowing some to speak or present. And I fully do not want to do that to my APC. I will lose members. They will quit. They have a role to review the information, listen to the applicant, and make a recommendation. That's it. And we take that recommendation along with all the other letters and phone calls we've received, and we make a decision. So my vote is to leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kazakovich. Director Pendergraft?
Thank you. Along those same lines, I agree. In most cases, it's not a problem giving the APC members that extra information, but on the real controversial ones, it can be. And it's not worth the headaches and the trouble for those folks to go through that. You don't want them subjected to that. That's our job as the elected officials. But the point I would make, or the suggestion I would make to those that are experiencing some concerns from their APCs on not enough information, is they are there as our, I guess the way to put it would be a sounding board, or our first impression of the application by the community. So they just give their opinion as they see it right then. They don't need to know what all the neighbors think. They need to know how they would feel in that situation if it was being built right to them or built right next to them. They give us that. Then we hear from all the residents, their concerns, all the neighbors that are there. Then we make that decision. I wouldn't want to put our APCs in the spot of being in an elected positions role when they're not elected. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Pendergraft. Does anyone care to make one of the motions? Director Coyne? You're muted.
Chris, could you read the motion?
Sure. Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. So the administrative recommendation is that the development procedures amendment bylaw number 2500.19 be initiated, And that amendment bylaw is proposing to remove the current discretion for individual electoral area directors to direct a DVP application to their APC before it goes to the board. Staff's preference is that that be a board decision.
Anything, Director Coyne?
I'll make that motion, please.
Is there a seconder? Seconder, Director Pendergraft. All in favor? Opposed? Director Monteith, Director Robinson, Director Oberich. Motion carried.
Sorry, was that Director Robinson or Director?
Director Katie Robinson, Director Katie Robinson. Very good. Motion carried. There is no further business at this point, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Director Bauer, Director, I lost a hand there. Director Bush, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Chair Knodel. We're going to move on now to Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and I'll turn things over to Chair Gettens. Go ahead, please, Chair Gettens.
Great, thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. Can I please get a motion to adopt the agenda? Thank you, Director Pendergraft. Second by Director Bush. Anyone opposed? Or motion, everyone in favor? Thank you. No one's opposed. Great, thank you. The first item for discussion is the 2020 Naramata Dam Safety Review Report, and I will just refer this over to you, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we have 4 dams for the Naramata water system, and one of the regulatory requirements is that every so often we have to do dam safety reviews. So we commissioned the review of the 4 Naramata dams in 2020, and we have the consultants, I hope, available now to present those recommendations to committee. And this will be of interest to anybody who has a water system in their area that has dams on it, is that this is serious business these days and can be expensive. And I think there's some transferable knowledge from the Naramata review into some of our other water systems. So it should be interesting.
Great, thank you, Chair, or CAO. I'll go over to you, Mr. Pashan.
Yes, it'll David Bonin. He has shared his screen and will be making a presentation. David, are you there? David, you seem to be on mute if you are.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Sorry, I'm having little problems with the display here.
Yes, you're all good.
Okay, thank you very much, Amit. So I'm going to give you a quick presentation of what we've been up to and some of the results of this dam safety review. So basically, I'm going to talk to you about the Regional District's Dam Safety Program and an update for the dam safety assessment work that we've been doing over the last 6 months or so. First of all, I wanted to go through a little bit about dam ownership before I get into the actual presentation. What we're finding as consultants, we do this type of work all over Canada, but what's been the trend recently, or fairly recently anyway, is that more and more dams are being built by others and then being divested to regional districts and municipal governments and the like. And this is really a challenge that local governments face across Canada and specifically in BC. And what happens is that there's a lot of uncertainty and liability involved with dams that may or may not be completely appreciated by the government districts and the regional districts taking these on. So what these really amount to is that you receive a dam and you may have uncertain construction methods that were used to build it. It may not have a complete history, and the dam itself may not be up to current standards. And also there seems to be some misunderstanding about what the requirements are, and the dams do require a fair amount of continuous maintenance just to meet legislative and liability requirements. And this is especially true in BC because you guys do have the legislation where a lot of other provinces don't. The Narragansett dams themselves were acquired by the regional district as part of their water system acquisition. So what was the scope of the project? It was basically to bring the dams into compliance with the BC Dam Safety Regulation, the Canadian Dam Association guidelines, which are our national guidelines, and basic good industry practice for dams. And we looked at the 4 dams listed below: Big Meadow, North and South Eleanor, and Narragansett. And what the project involved was what we call a full dam safety review, dam breach and dam classification exercise, and then a revision to the emergency plans and operation maintenance and surveillance plans for each structure. So it was a fair amount of work. To go through what we mean by dam classification and dam safety review here. A dam classification is an analysis that we do. We develop a hydraulic model or a computer model of your river system, and then we simulate flows through that river system. And in addition to that, what we do is we simulate worst case dam breach scenarios, which are, and I need to clarify this a little bit, there are theoretical dam breach scenarios in which if the dam were to fail for whatever reason, what would be the result of it? And again, it doesn't say anything about how good the dam is or how likely it is to fail, because failure of a dam is a really rare occurrence. And basically what you get out of that is a risk classification in 5 categories from low to extreme under the BC Dam Safety Guideline. And what this does is it informs what you have to do in order to do your due diligence in regards to dam safety and spill capacity. Then you do a dam safety review, which is basically a systematic review of the dams themselves in terms of their design, construction, maintenance, operation, and everything against current industry standards. And one of these is actually required every 7 to 10 years for dams classified in the high, very high, and extreme consequence categories. So what were the results of this dam classification? What happened was that you had 3 dams that were in the high category and 1 very high. And through our dam breach assessment, we figured out that the Big Meadow Dam and Eleanor North Saddle Dam actually should be in the very high classification, and the other 2 remain the same. And why this changed was prior to now, the classifications were basically done essentially by inspection and with very little real analysis completed. What amounts to what they call, it's a by inspection thing, where it's like it's almost like an educated guess almost. But now we have hard numbers to look at it. And why did these go up? Well, basically because we discovered that if these 2 dams were to fail, the potential for loss of life, and again, this is sort of a worst case, right? Would be slightly above 10 people. And that combined with the relatively short warning time in order to get people out of the way in case of dam failures led to that sort of slight increase. And there's also another potential for some serious environmental impacts if one of these dams were to breach and release a whole pile of sediment downstream. Now, what are the implications of this? They're actually relatively small because dams in the high, very high, and extreme classification have very similar requirements. Essentially, the most significant thing is that you have to revise your dam emergency plans and OMS manuals on an interval of every 7 years for those 2 dams, as opposed to every 10 years. And that's not a very difficult thing to do because you should be sort of systematically keeping them up to date as you go along anyway. It's just you have to formally submit them back to the to the BC Dam Safety Office on that interval. So as far as the dam safety reviews went, what happened there? We confirmed that the dams and reservoirs that you guys own are actually being maintained in a generally safe condition. And overall, the district is doing a pretty darn good job of meeting the BC dam safety legislation requirements, as well as CDA and good engineering practice. That's not as usual as you would like to think, but in general, we were happy to see that the regional district is actually doing a pretty darn good job. We found that there were actually relatively few deficiencies and non-conformances in the dams, but there was a few of note. The major issue that we found is that all dams except Big Meadow Dam have a lack of general information on how they were constructed and what they're made out of. It's because these dams are quite old, and that information is likely lost to history if it ever existed at all. We identified that all the dams have some issues with seepage, which is water from the reservoirs flowing through the dams at a higher rate than you would normally expect, or that is generally considered to be a good thing. What we found also is that it's difficult to assess this type of thing without additional information on the dam construction. So we used very conservative assumptions in order to do it, and we believe that more work needs to be done there. This was definitely highlighted by an incident that we had when we went out to site to inspect the dams, and where we identified, and the picture to the right, it sort of illustrates it, a boil, which is a seepage path going through one of the dams. And what ended up happening is the district actually responded, the district staff responded very quickly, contacted the BC Dam Safety Office as required, and actually did a really good job of responding appropriately on that with the help of the BC Dam Safety Office and our help also. Otherwise, most of the recommendations that we had are relatively minor maintenance issues and mostly improvements in record keeping. Again, the district's doing a good job of keeping things in good condition, but for the BC Dam Safety Office, they just have to have the evidence to prove it, and we've helped them put some better forms in place for them to do so. So the recommendations that came out of this, basically there's only one larger piece of work to address all the major issues. Naramata, Eleanor, and Eleanor North and South all need to have a geotechnical drilling program and some materials testing, installation of some instrumentation in order to identify some of the seepage issues and causes, and then re-perform the seismic and piping assessment with the new information. We already have all this information for Big Meadow. The district already did this work a couple of years ago. Then in response to all of this, we expect that we'll have to design and construct a tow berm downstream of it, adding material downstream of the dam, as well as a filter and a drainage system to address the potential piping, seepage, and seismic issues. The good news is that once this is done, the dam should be into full compliance, and that should allow us to minimize the potential for future major capital projects for the dams, aside from what would normally be considered normal maintenance. One last slide here I wanted to show is my understanding is that some of the areas of the regional district are being asked to take on ownership of more dams. And I wanted to point out a few issues involved with that. First of all, you have to have a really distinct benefit to owning a dam. Dams allow for the storage of waters for various purposes, but really you have to have a really good reason for owning it because it does involve maintenance and liability. So some of these purposes are water supply, whether it's drinking water, industrial cooling water, or even firefighting water, which is a big thing in BC. Flood control, having a little storage to help you manage floods, repairing environmental flows to manage your habitat, and of course recreation, which is not insignificant consideration for dam ownership. However, before you own a dam, you need to understand that there's some serious responsibilities and liabilities involved. The dam must be operated and maintained in accordance with the BC Dam Safety Regulation in perpetuity. In addition to that, dam ownership does carry a lot of long-term legal and financial obligations in terms of maintenance and keeping it there, keeping it up to date. Water storage is inherently a bit of a hazardous activity because you're putting water in there, and water is basically stored energy. And if that dam were to fail, you're releasing that energy downstream, which could have major impacts on the people downstream, as we've seen in the past. But the best defense factors are to ensure that the dam is safe are as follows. Know that it's well constructed, operated, maintained, and inspected. Have a good hazard mitigation plan, including a dam emergency plan to know what to do in case something does start to go wrong. Make sure the dam meets the BC Dam Safety Regulation and also meets the Canadian Dam Association guidelines. If you have all those in place, and again, before you accept a dam, it's best to have the previous owner have spent the time and energy on meeting all these requirements. Then you should have a reasonable expectation that you're getting something that you can deal with. Overall, the dam ownership is a very large responsibility that must be balanced by very specific benefits to the dam owner. The other thing to note is that if you want to remove a dam or decommission it, it can be a really long and arduous, costly process. I've seen a lot of dams across Canada that serve no purpose right now, but are maintained in place because it's cheap and less risky in terms of cost just to maintain it, as opposed to letting it trying to go through the decommissioning process. And that's all I have for you today.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Are there any questions? Thank you. From the boardroom, I see you have a question. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much to the chair. Thank you, David, for that presentation. I have a couple questions from your slides.
Sure.
You have a slide on loss of life with, over 10 people or so. How do you come up with that number? Is that based on the number of houses along the creek or houses closer to the dam?
Correct. It's something we call incremental inundation, meaning, and we're doing these assessments during either normal conditions, which is no flooding, or during various flood conditions. And what we look at is the number of homes that are incrementally inundated. The idea being that the residents of the home will be less likely to understand that a flood is coming, and if there's additional slug of water comes down and goes through their house, like if their house isn't underwater already, if this additional slug of water coming through their house will cause a potential for them to lose their lives. And again, that is based upon empirical equations regarding speed and momentum and all those good things. But in essence, it's and also past incidents, unfortunately. But again, it's a conservative number that we assume. That's the worst that we would expect to ever happen if something happened. And again, there's a lot of things that have to go wrong for that to be the case.
Thank you. Chair,
do you have a follow-up, Dr. Kiss?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a second question for David.
Sure.
David, you had a page of recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
Do you happen to have any ballpark price tag on what it would cost to implement those recommendations?
It's funny you asked that, because we do have some ballpark costs, and I'll present them to you here. For all the 4 items that we talked about, the total cost is expected to be $880,000, and there's wiggle room in there. That's a high level cost, and that also assumes that what we think is wrong with those dams in terms of the seepage issues is real. That we find that based upon our experience, we kind of know what's going on. But again, there is a chance that we'll go do the investigation and find out, hey, that's not exactly what's going on, and it might be quite a bit an issue than we originally thought. It all depends on what we find when we do some drilling. We broke that down about $300,000 worth of engineering and a little over $500,000 in construction, or a little under $600,000 in construction. The thing to notice is that the timeline on this is, I mean, it can be spread over a number of years. It makes sense because it's the same work on all the dams that you would do each step of this at the same time. It's much less costly than trying to do them one dam at a time. And then it's basically a one-time investment to fill the gaps for any future assessments and also address the main problems with those structures. And again, the problems that are experienced on these structures are really, really common in BC, just because of the way dams were built in the earlier part of the century. So we think we have a really good handle on it. And but I think the take-home is that it's basically going to be essentially regular maintenance from then on. This will really get down to all the things that you don't know about your dams that have sort of been up in the air for a long time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is that everything, Director Kozakovich? Good. Okay, great. Thank you. Director Bush, please. Is it possible to get the presentation to come down from the screen, please?
Oh, sorry.
Bush? Oh, sorry,
Yes,
I thought that was on Danny's side. It's just hard to see everybody.
Okay, I didn't.
Thank you.
I was having a hard time seeing everything too, so I didn't realize I was doing that. No worries.
Thanks. Thank you. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yes, so I have a question. If, let's say after a few years of extreme drought, and let's say the water doesn't get to the top of these dams, is there still ways for the water to go through so the creeks don't dry up?
Correct. Yes, there's what they call a spillway at each structure. That was some of the pictures in my presentation, because that's the most interesting part of a dam usually. Looking at a big pile of dirt isn't that interesting to the eye. So, but yeah, the main purpose of these dams right now is actually to maintain riparian flow, which is a minimum flow in the dams. And you guys actually have the Chute Creek diversion, in which you divert from one watershed into the other, into Eleanor Lake and Naramata, in order to keep the Robinson Creek flowing in drier times of the year. And that's really the primary purpose at this point, I believe.
So one other question, please.
Yes.
Can these dams also be used for flood control, or is there anybody monitoring these dams for use of flood control?
Not on Robinson Creek. They're a little too small for that. And we didn't assess too much on Big Meadow, but my understanding is, just based on the size and how floods develop, that they're not going to be a significant factor in terms of flood control for you guys. The one thing that is nice is some of the previous assessments considered all of the water coming down Robinson Creek from Big Meadow, and because of through that diversion. And one of the things that we identified is that diversion that you have there now is not big enough to allow that to happen. So it actually improved the potential problems in terms of flooding on those by identifying how the system actually was designed to work. It probably wasn't actually designed, but it was how it works now anyway.
Thank you. Okay, over to you, Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. A question in regards to the dams that may or are in an area.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a concern, for instance, when there's not sufficient liability in regards to the landowner or organization or water board that runs it?
It's protection against liability. In the dams that we looked at, there was no concern there. You guys are maintaining your dams up to standard and doing regular inspections, and you guys and your people really knew what the heck they were doing and looking at, which is really nice to see. So I think you have all those defense factors I talked about in place already, and now you really understand how floods develop based upon some of this simulations, so you can respond a lot better. So I'm more concerned about and again, I've seen this in a number of districts in BC now, where let's say a housing development develops a nice little a reservoir in the middle of the housing development because it's pretty and all of that, and they built it. They didn't. The people that build it don't know how to build a dam, but it is a dam, and then it gets divested over to the district or the city, and without any of the information, without any of the requirements of the legislation in place. So that's I really want to make you guys aware of that particular aspect of dam ownership.
Great, thank you. Is that good, Director Roberts?
Well, a follow-up, specifically what my concern about is dams that we aren't responsible for, don't want to be responsible for. But should we be concerned if those other agencies don't have appropriate liability? Will that spill over into and onto us?
Currently, the way the legislation works, and I'm not a lawyer, but it is their responsibility. They're ultimately responsible for any damage their dam does to you guys. That you should be more concerned, in my mind, that they are maintaining it properly, just simply because if it's your citizens downstream of it that could be affected, that's more of a concern to me. That that if they're not doing their job properly, that could really impact your constituents, that's the type of thing that would keep me up at night.
Thank you. I'm going to go over to Director Knodel, then Director Holmes, and we're just almost out of time for committee. So go ahead, Director Knodel.
Thank you very much. Are these dams and these, excuse me, these dams in these areas, they run the gamut from extremely large, like the Thirsk Reservoir, which is an anchored concrete structure, all the way down to earth-filled. The example that I have in my area is the Kearns Dam. What authority actually governs dams, whether they're on private or public property? We had quite an impact from the 2018 flooding, and a lot of that was dams, some of them that weren't even registered, and I don't believe that any follow-up's been done on some of them. So I'm very concerned about a few of those.
Yeah. Right now it's BC Dam Safety Regulator, which is an arm of FLNRO. What they're actually their dam safety officers are actually pretty good. They're a little behind on some of those dams, but they're catching up real fast. And what we're finding right now is they're enforcing things much better now than they were a few years ago, and they're on top of it a lot better. But they're working towards all of that. But to answer your first question anyway, it's the BC dam safety legislation that they're required to adhere to, and the administrator of that is the BC Dam Safety Office, and the dam safety officers that are assigned to each region.
Great, thank you. You good, Director Knodel? Right, Director Holmes?
Yes, thank you. You mentioned, it was mentioned that it's often better to maintain a dam in place rather than I was just wondering, what is the decommissioning process, and I guess what is the tipping point to where you would actually consider decommissioning a dam?
Especially if it's a high hazard or above dam and it serves no purpose, it should be considered for decommissioning. The problem is in Canada, and it's getting better, that the decommissioning process and the regulatory process is somewhat provincial. That's not a difficult thing. You have people that can help you with that, but it's also federal. And specifically when you get into Department of Fisheries and Oceans and things like that, and fish habitat, you get into the unknown. And that's one of the things I say to people in Manitoba is, well, it could cost you $1,000 to decommission your dam or $100 million. We don't know at the beginning of the process, and it's very hard to figure out sometimes. The smaller the dam and the smaller the reservoir, the easier it is. We've done a number of them across Canada, And the biggest issue is you get into a fish habitat compensation thing going on, where if you remove the dam, you lose that reservoir. That reservoir is fish sustaining, has become natural fish habitat in accordance with DFO. So now you're responsible for replacing that fish habitat with roughly equivalent or up to 10 times that area of water. So how the heck do you do that? How do you create additional wetlands to do that? And that or you can pay money in order for them to create wetlands somewhere else. And that's the expensive bit. It's just navigating the regulatory process isn't entirely clear now. It's getting clearer, but it's, in my humble opinion, it's better to let it develop a little bit longer yet. Let some other people pay that cost. Hydroelectric utilities and the like that have money, rather than you taking that on yourself. I mean, you can do a decommissioning study. That's fairly inexpensive, where we try and figure out that regulatory pathway for you. But it's still, there's a fair amount of uncertainty in it, and that translates into cost.
Thank you. Does that help, Director Holmes? Great, excellent. Thank you. I don't see any other further questions, so I just want to say thank you to both of our guests today, and thanks for sharing how great our staff are doing. That's always lovely to hear. If there's no further business, then I'd just like to ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting, please. Is somebody going to do? Oh, thank you, Director Kanoto, and I'll second Director Holmes. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Great, thank you very much, Chair Gettins. Folks, we're just going to take a short break that we have on the schedule, and we will start with corporate services right at 11 o'clock. So see you in about 10 minutes. Okay, good morning, directors. We're going to get started with Corporate Services Committee. Have a look at your agendas. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Director Sentis, seconded by Director Gettens. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll go on to item B, board roles and responsibilities, and I'll go to CAO Newell. Go ahead, please, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we have our communications policy back on committee today. We've talked about this from time to time over the past couple of years, which has been the duration of your term so far, at orientation sessions and legislative workshops and at various other committees. And we wanted to discuss it again. There is some question specifically about the role of the chair versus those of an electoral area representative with regards to communication and who speaks for the regional district. So really our main point of discussion is going to be the communications policy. And once we get into that, Ms. Malden will take you through that. But we're going to want to know if there is specific wording that needs to be changed. But I thought what I'd do just to lead into that was sort of set the statutory platform as to where the power resides within a local government and who typically would be responsible for speaking on behalf of the board of directors. So of course we rely mostly on the Local Government Act, but there are sections of the charter, the charter that are applicable to regional districts as well. So whatever we do, and we always talk about this in regards to our procedure bylaw, is that you really have to move forward together. The authority of the local government is the board. So no individual member has any more authority than any other member. And if you're going to establish roles and responsibilities, you really have to work that out amongst yourselves and determine whether you're going to delegate any of those authorities. The role of the chair and, of course, with the incorporated communities, the role of the mayor are set out separately in legislation, and typically they're identified as the head or the chief executive officer of the local government. And in our case, you elect your chair and vice chair every year, and those powers of the chair or vice chair go along with the position, not the individual. So I thought I'd just point out that when we're doing that, there are some generally accepted guidelines. Really, if we're going to delegate an authority out to a member, you can do that, but, and when I say you, I'm referring to the board. You can do that, but you have to do delegation by bylaw. And that's why we have the delegation bylaw for the chief administrative officer. There are certain delegations under the Emergency Program Act to a specific position. And generally, the responsibility for communicating on behalf of the organization or the local government is usually the chair or the mayor. And because in the Act, they're identified as the head of the municipality. And similarly, in the Emergency Program Act, it's the chair that's identified as the head of the local authority. So those responsibilities typically flow along with that position. Again, not the individual, but the position. There's lots of articles, professional articles in various public administration journals or political science journals that talk about the role of the head of a local government. And they're all pretty consistent in that it's usually recognized that it's the head of the local government that would be responsible for speaking on behalf of the local government. I know that our board is most familiar with George Cuff. He sees that as a role of the mayor because all of, we're unique in British Columbia. We have this form of government called regional districts. Nobody else has those. So you don't see that much in the literature. But generally, when they talk about a community or a municipality, they're talking about all forms of local government. And certainly most or all of the literature I've seen suggests that it's the chair or the mayor that is responsible to be the community spokesperson and leader of the board. So where this all shakes out for us is in our communications policy. We've provided a copy of that out with the agenda. And although this is getting a bit old now, this policy was adopted in 2015. So there's lots of water under the bridge since then. But generally, this is where the chair would get the authority to speak on behalf of the corporation. So with that, Madam Chair, I would turn it back to you to see if there is any conversation about this paper or if you want to go right into the communications policy.
Okay, great. Thanks, CIO. So looking at the roles and responsibilities admin report, because I think we did touch on this a little bit at the last board meeting. Are there any further questions or comments on that? Okay, I see Director Bush. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so is this something like the confidentiality thing? If you break it, there's actually no consequences, or is it just public shaming?
CIO.
Elected officials are responsible only to your electors. In British Columbia, there are no consequences as far as protocol goes. That's starting to change. I know British Columbia and UBCM have been looking at codes of conduct or ethical behavior of elected and appointed officials, but really nothing of a consequence like some of the other provinces who have put some controls on, certainly on confidentiality, but other matters of protocol as well. But the short answer is no consequences.
Thank you. Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. So I understand about there not being consequences, but I think what's really important is that our policies are clear and they represent the will of the table. Because while we set the policy, it's up to staff to do the administrative tasks to carry out that policy. So if we're not clear in what we want in a policy, then staff won't be clear on how to administrate those policies for us. And I think to set up our staff for success, that we need to be clear on our policies.
Thank you. Director Knodel, go ahead.
I'm just a little concerned about where we go here. I really don't see any issue with the chair speaking for the board. That's exactly as it should be. But when it comes to speaking for the area, the individual area, the chair is not elected by any area, in your case, other than Area E. So I can guarantee you that my residents, when it comes to speaking to issues that pertain to Area C, don't really care to hear from you. They don't even know who you are, to be quite honest with you. One of the things I'm going to refer to is Max Weber. He's one of the foremost social theorists of the day. And institutions come to authority and keep it by instilling an iron cage of bureaucracy. And that's kind of the direction we're heading here if we're not careful. Political bureaucracies are established so that they protect your civil liberties, but in doing so, they create enough rules that they actually violate them by imposing these rules. So, we do need that clear definition because the elected person is the end person that has to speak to their constituents. No more so would the chair be speaking for Mayor Bauer, who is also a director of this board. But when it comes to board policy, most definitely that's the chair's responsibility. When it comes to the issues that are pertinent to Area C, or any one of the areas, that responsibility, I feel, falls to the shoulders of the elected official. So we're going to have to be careful where we go with this one, or we actually end up violating some premises that need to be protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith. Go ahead.
To the chair, to echo exactly what Director Canoodle just said, I'm going to use some of my recent experiences with Sickle Point, where I had conversations. I get a call from a reporter wanting to talk about the process and the actual referendum and the community, all those sort of things. Absolutely, I felt comfortable doing that. I called Carla. I let her know that was happening. I let Mr. Newell know what was happening. But then there were calls from the media that I was uncomfortable that it was me, and I knew. Right away, I knew that it was the chair's role to do that. And I guess it's a respect. And I feel that maybe there's something that, if we're communicating with the chair when we're having those opportunities, because it is, when you're elected to represent an area, the community wants to hear from you. They want to know what your views are on that. They want to know what's going on from your perspective. But then I also look at the Christie Mountain Fire experience. And I know that if that would have happened in my community would have wanted to see me. They would have wanted to see my fire chief. They would have wanted to see our words of support and encouragement. And I feel that was missed. And, it was noted on social media that there was an absence of the director. There was an absence of the fire chief. And, I know everybody was in damage control. I know that was a process. We were going through it. We did our best, but I think that we can learn from the experience, and that the residents do want to hear from the director of that area and the first responder, specifically the fire chief. So I feel like we do need to look at this. We do need to include those opportunities, because those are things that the community is expecting of the elected officials, and that's kind of our role. So I do see a blend, and I think that there should be maybe a policy of respect of sharing, what's going on, so the chair doesn't have a surprise of communication that's been out with the press. But I do know that residents do expect to hear from us. So I do want to caution us on that.
Okay, thank you, Director Monteith. I'll go to Director Olbrich. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's spoken so far. I really appreciate your comments and support the intention and the thoughts that are being shared here today. But I want to add one other idea, and this is for our chair. And this is interesting because this is a little different from what Director Knodel just said. In our area, we would like a little more of the chair. We'd like a share of the chair. We'd like to have a little more participation from the chair. And it's really valued in our community to have the chair participate as well. And of course, they do expect the elected official from this area to be involved. That's also true. Here is what I want to share, and it's interesting because it's timely. I had a call the other day from a long-standing community member who's been on many of a leader in our community, chair of the irrigation district, on the Parks and Rec Commission, founder of Community Partners, just a long history. And he said this to me. He knew that I was planning to speak with Dan Ashton soon. And this was not about this board. This was not about this chair. But here's what he said. He said, Ron, he said, could you send some appreciation, a thank you to Dan? Because when he was chair, he always showed up. We always saw him. He always took, and he says, we really appreciated that. And I thought, wow, that's interesting and valuable feedback from a community member. And it's topical because it's the other side of some of this conversation, and when you're finding the balance. But the chair is the chair of all the areas, and so it's nice when the chair is there when we have a ribbon cutting on a housing project and things like that, and the absence has been noted, which is interesting. So there's just a thought for a little more chair participation in our area. Thanks.
Okay, I think I'll jump in here. Thank you for that, Director Olbrich. folks, anything you want me to participate in, please send me an invite. I'd strive to be at everything, and I'm not sure what I've missed in Area D. I was at the ribbon cutting with, and Director O'Rourke, you were there before the seniors facility opened with former Director Tom Siddon, and so I'm not sure what events are being missed. If I am notified, it's in my book, so I strive to be everywhere I can be. So please let me know if something is coming up that you don't believe I'm aware of. I would certainly love to be there, and I do try to get everywhere in the whole region. So just reach out to me, please. Now, I'm going to go to Director Bauer next, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's very clear the Local Government Act stipulates that the chair or the mayor is the spokesperson of the corporation. So there is no doubt about it on the legal side of it. And I just want to, some of the comments I hear from some directors that there is some temptation to be a little bit more upfront in the community or more present in order to be spoken to by the community. Nobody is prohibiting that, but the issue is that you as a person, as a mayor or as a director, you do not execute any actions. The actions comes from the board or through the board, from the corporation and the resources that are connected to it. Whether that's a municipality or whether that's a regional district. And you have to keep that in mind. And when there is an emergency, particularly as Director Montes was alluding to, there is no more. The biggest thing is that there is one person delegated with one message and not any other message that is ambiguous or in any way can be interpreted differently, because that creates uncertainty in the population, particularly in an emergency like flooding, fire, or anything else like that. Be very aware of this. You're doing yourself not a favor by interfering with those kind of communication channels. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Director Bowers. I think I can add that, folks, there's nothing stopping any director from speaking to the press at all. You know, nobody can stop you. If you want to speak to the press, by all means do. But I'd like to add that often when I do interviews, I very often I have referred to other directors to take the interviews because if I'm not available, and I can't always be at every place at once, especially when we're dealing with flooding and we have multiple flood zones covering many different electoral areas, it may get referred to you to speak to the press. So that happens, but often I do ask the press to follow up with the electoral area director for a specific comment from the community. Doesn't mean the reporters will, but I do often refer to them after they've asked me for comment. So I think what Ms. Malden really needs to know is in this communications policy, if there's changes that folks want to see, she needs some specific suggestions, not just let's make changes. So she's hoping that there are some specific suggestions that can be drawn on today. Let's go to Director Holmes. I believe you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think there's any disagreement that the chair is responsible for communications for corporate and regional matters. I think maybe, you know, what I'm hearing is that there should be a role for area directors in local matters, and maybe there should be something in the policy to that regard to ensure that local directors aren't excluded. I think it's worth remembering that, you know, regional districts aren't the same as municipalities. The chair isn't the same as a mayor because the chair isn't universally elected across the region. Directors aren't the same as councillors. The local area director is the only person elected to represent their local area, whereas I'm a councillor. I've got other people representing the same people. It's more of a ward system. If we're looking at comparisons, how things work, it's probably better to look at a ward system than at a large system, which is what we have here. It stands to reason that for local matters, people want to hear from their local director. And, as was noted, you wouldn't have the chair coming in speaking to a municipality, speaking on behalf of the mayor. That just wouldn't be accepted. So I don't really understand why you would come in and speak on behalf of a local director. So I don't know. I just think it should be something about the role of the local area director could be in the policy, so it's clear for everybody what the roles are. And the wording, I'm not so sure, but I just put that out there. I would also like to talk about, if we could come back to it, I'd like to talk about and have an explanation of why we received two different versions of the occasions policy on our last two agendas, and I would like to get an explanation on that, but we can come back to that if that's all right.
Okay, thank you, Director Holmes. I'll go to Director Gettens next, please.
Great, thank you to the chair. So sort of just following up on what Director Holmes said too, and I think that the role of the chair is quite clear. There is a ceremonial expectation, chair, and again, our policies can't be about one person who's there now. It has to work for, if our whole table had a turnover at the next election, how does this work? And I think there is really like a very good role for the ceremonial and the CEO role of the chair. The difference of having a chair and a mayor, one being elected by the citizens and one not, doesn't impact that ceremonial part of the role or the CEO part of the role, but it does influence how citizens view their electoral area directors. And I think that's what Director Holmes was getting at. And that's what we're trying to figure out how to work. And again, when it's in the policy, then staff know how to support the directors in a way that makes sense to the policy. And I do have some specific wording, and I can email it over to you, Christy, if that is easier, or I can share my screen. But it really is, there's room for both. Like there's room to have the chair do what the chair has to do. And, we have a chair that does that really well, and we want to support that because somebody has to be the spokesperson on behalf of the region. But I also need support that I can do what I need to do also on behalf of my citizens. So maybe to the chair, do you want me to email this to you or just to read it?
I think maybe if you just want to read it right now, Director Gettens, and that is something that we can talk about or build on. So yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, sure, thanks. So it's very little change to what's already there, but it's on page 2 under responsibilities, and it's about the regional board as the subtitle. And what's already there is it says that the chair and or the designates is the primary spokesperson of the regional district, and that was regional matters. And then the few sentences after that are all the same. The chair is authorized to release information releases on behalf of the regional district, provide media interviews, etc. And then it says still, other members of the regional board are secondary spokespersons for the regional district on regional matters. Like that's all there, all that's added is just on regional matters. What I've added, for the board to consider, is that electoral area directors or their designates is the primary spokesperson and promoter for his or her electoral area of matters pertaining specifically to his or her electoral area. And I think it's worth, defining what a regional matter is. So in my mind, I think a regional matter is something that influences or impacts 3 or more electoral areas. Because somebody has to be the person. Like we can't have 3 people delivering different messages. And so that's my consideration. Happy to email it if it's easier for people to read it and see it. But it's really not a lot of change. But I do want this in the policy so that if I as a director don't have to do this on my own outside of the policy, that I get support from it if I need it.
Great, thank you, Director Gettens. Yes, if you want to email that out as well, that would be helpful.
Sure.
I think there could be further clarification tacked on to that.
Sure.
Because there has to be clear direction to the staff, the communications team, as well as the chair, as to what is going to be referred out to an EA director and what wouldn't be. And I think it can't be some things and not others. If it's an EA electoral area specific issue or event, then that should, if we're going to go that route, should always be referred to that electoral area director. And the chair would continue to do interviews and take questions on regional matters or regional services such as 911 and conservation and that type of thing, as well as the chair can still continue to do the review of every info release, the proofreading, the review, and the signing off so that those info releases get out in a timely fashion. But if directors want to take the interviews, they have to then be up for it and willing to take all those interviews. And there you have to be able to commit to that, is what I'm saying. You have a follow-up, Director Gittins?
Yeah, I do. And I really do agree with you, Chair, that working with the staff and your role in reviewing all the press releases and everything, I think that's all excellent. And I really do think the goal here should be in partnership, right? Like it doesn't have to be, I don't know, I think in partnership. And I think with the Christie Mountain Fire as an example, having the director there, and like you said, if they're up for it, like there was a lot going on, and I understand that Director Obrook was under evacuation and all the rest of it, but when I was watching the press releases and seeing that, there was Penticton Mayor and we saw Penticton councillors there, and I didn't know when those meetings were happening, like I didn't know ahead of time, and that's okay, it wasn't in my area, and the chair was doing the chair's work. I just think if that was happening in Area F, I would really want to be included in what's happening, when's the information going to be out. I would want to be able to speak to the people that elected me, not necessarily take over, because there's a lot of protocols and things that you need to do in a certain order, and I respect that, but I would like to be a partner in that communication.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Bob Coyne, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the way things work right now. I've never had an issue. I mean, I've had floods and fires and I've always had the backing of the management and staff. The EOC people have all that technical information that they convey out when it needs to be done. We've had public meetings where I've chaired the meetings, but then you get out the road and you let the people that actually know what they're talking about do their job. And I like the way that works. We now have a full-time communications officer. Eric does a phenomenal job, him and his crew. They do a phenomenal job of making sure what we put out there is accurate and timely. And I'm really happy with the way that works. I've had to do interviews, when we did have our fire and with the floods in Tulameen. And when you do those interviews and then sit down at night and you watch that on the news and it's like, that's not what I said, because reporters cutting things around, so what started off to be one sentence quite often has a total different meaning by the time the editors are finished with it. And that's what Eric and his crew are good at, making sure you don't get into those scenarios. So I'm really happy with the way things work right now. The other part of this is I don't really think we need to reinvent the wheel. In our province here, there's nobody at this board, for example, that voted for John Horgan. We all voted for our MLAs. But he's the spokesman for our province, as Director Kazakovich is the spokesman for our board. And I think we have to sometimes remember that and you know, the system's been working for a long, long time, and I think it's working pretty well. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Director Bush. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Director Coyne here. It's really good that we go through this policy and get a reminder every once in a while of our responsibilities and whatnot. I don't think we need any changes. I think we all know what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do. And to me, you just let common sense prevail and we go on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Vasilaki, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I think there's one part of this all that nobody has mentioned yet, and that's the decisions that are either made at City Council or they're made around the table of the original district, is that once a decision is made, that decision has to be respected and abided by. And each individual director or city councilor or the mayor himself or the chair of the regional district shouldn't be going out there just because maybe they voted on the opposite way. It shouldn't go out there and either bad-mouthing the decision or having their own solution to whatever the problem was that got voted on. That's very important, and I think that's where the chair takes over and makes those being the spokesman of either city council or the regional district. Now, what each individual director does in their own area, that's between him or her and her constituents. That's between them, not the rest of the region. And I believe that as long as we follow those regulations and let those that are in charge handle those situations, the better off we will be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Canolo, to you, please.
Yeah, without a doubt, let me clarify part of my statements here. The chair is absolutely representing the corporation. There's absolutely no doubt in that. That is the chair's position. It has to be our position to back the chair up for that. I'm very fortunate that I have close contact with the past 5 directors in this area. I just recently had a discussion with past director Gordon Hahn, and one thing that he made very clear in our discussion is that we want to be cautious not to ever minimize the position of the area director. Too much we're seeing rural areas where people don't even realize there's a rural government. They have no idea what's going on out there because they only identify with the city, with the town. So that's part of the function of the rural director, to make sure that our form of governance is noted. So there's no intention to, by any of my comments, to usurp the position of the chair. That's a very important position. It has to be protected by that. But also so is the area director's position, in that you represent those people who voted for you. I just want to make sure that we don't minimize that position. It's already hard enough to explain to people, especially who come from out of province, that this governance model exists. When I was campaigning for this position, it was absolutely astounding how many people didn't realize that the town didn't represent the rural area, that there was another layer of government in there. And they get more and more stifled by our rules and regulations too when they find out there's another layer. So it's all part of what the rural director needs to be aware of. By no means should we be speaking for the corporation. That is the function of the chair.
Thank you, Director.
Financing is one of the issues that we came into. So when it comes to financing for an area, I just want to make it clear, we had one announcement on financing for a very specific function of the area, and that kind of caused me some problems. At least a heads up that that's coming would be very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Canolo. I'll go to Director Spencer Coyne.
Yeah, thank you. I think what Director Vasilaki was saying was right on point. Once a decision's made, we have to all stand behind that decision, whether we agree with it or not. But the other thing that we need to, I think, remember is when we haven't made a decision, directors are free to speak their mind. It's your opinion, and that has to be made very clear that it is your opinion and only your opinion and not the position of the board. The minute you say it's the position of the board and it's not the position of the board, you put the corporation at risk, because now you've opened up a liability, and you have to be careful when you're speaking to the public or speaking to the media about things that haven't been voted on or have been voted on, and you're not representing the will of the board if it's been voted on. So that needs to be said and needs to be remembered. Nobody's, like the chair said, nobody said that directors aren't allowed to speak to the media. A lot of times the media doesn't call the director, they'll call the chair, or they don't call my counselors, they'll call the mayor asking for those comments. And it's not a slight at directors or counselors. It's just the way the media wants it. They want to talk to one person, and usually that person is the head of the corporation or the spokesperson of the corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Director Sentis, then Bauer. Go ahead, please, Director Sentis.
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to all of the comments, I think it's incumbent upon all of us that are elected, whether you're a regional director or a member of a municipality's council, to provide some education. I'm very sensitive to the comment Director Knodel made that people moving into the province are not aware of how our system works. And in fact, there are people who've lived here all their lives and they still don't understand. So I think if they're feeling that you as their director are not being heard, it's incumbent on you to explain how the system works. You do in fact represent them, you do speak for them. The board has made the decision. And if there's anything further they need in clarification, to contact you, and then you'll do your best to do that for them. So I think the wording in the policy is accurate. And I think as directors, some of your responsibility is to provide some education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Bauer, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. And all of that is correct. And I mean, I also provide education to the rural residents, because often they think that the village of Claremuir is running their dog tax or the fire department or the garbage or whatever. But the one thing the directors have to remember, the electoral area directors, is that there is only one legal entity. That legal entity is not area G or B or C or whatever. It is the RDOS only. Just like the municipalities are their own legal entity. And that is what you have to remember always. You're not basically, without the RDOS as a corporation, you would be just a single person, just like anyone else out there. You're only as much as the whole corporation represents. Can you talk to people? Of course you can. You should. You can have town halls. You can have anything. And if you can do it without the RDOS, fine. You can, go to the park and have a coffee with the electoral area and educate, what the purpose of the RDOS is or what your purpose is. But never forget, you are not the legal entity, the RDOS is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Gittens, did you have another comment, or is that a leftover hand?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that Christy received my email. I actually don't think we're talking about such different ideas. I think we're all on the same page with the role of the chair, supporting the chair, representing the board once a decision has been made. But what's not in our policy is my role as the EA director and that communication piece. So if I want to move something forward and somebody disagrees, they can say that it's against the policy because it's not in the policy. And so I think the policy is really an important piece of documentation that we set the board. So if Christy has it, and can just show it, because it's very little changes, but it does help me do my job to the best of my ability. And I'm just wanting to know from Christy if she's got it.
Ms. Molden, did that come through? I know I just asked Danny that we're having a server update right now, so you may not have that.
I don't see it in my email just at this time, but I'll be watching for it. And I think that would be a good method for directors to put forward any ideas, whether they be discussed today or not. It would be better they're discussed today because it would probably shorten further discussions to one meeting. But I would encourage everybody to look at page 3 of 5. Sure. Scroll down to the bottom and have a look there. It talks about communicating on behalf of the regional district. This is an area where the board may want to focus a little more on enhancing some of those things that you're talking about today. This seems to be an area where things fit. And staff back in 2017 had made some proposed changes as well. This policy was developed in 2015, and we try to circle back to new policies within the first 2 years to, do some measurements, make sure that they're applicable or tweaks, that sort of thing. So we did circle back in 2017, and that's where you're seeing the version that inadvertently went out. That was a draft. It was a working copy, and so other changes proposed in there too were, and I can see in our working notes in a folder, that this area be a little more enhanced and spiffed up for electoral area directors. There's a lot of reference to staff and responsibilities, but those also apply to the directors. So you may find that there's some, that's an area to focus on with some of those proposals that you may have for moving forward with different versions or forms of communications.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mullen. Director Holmes, did that answer?
Sorry, just as a follow-up.
Hang on one second, Director Gettins. Director Holmes, did that answer your question about the 2 different policies that you saw?
Not exactly. I have some questions about it. I can ask them now, or we can wrap up the others first. It's up to you.
Sure, go ahead. Let's just clarify this particular issue while we're on it.
Okay, I mean, fine, there was a working document from 2017, but that doesn't explain how a draft version of a policy could end up on not 1 but 2 different board agendas as the actual policy, and both had the same date. There was no track changes in the document. I just like an explanation of how that could possibly happen when it was caught by Director Gettins at the last meeting. Neither the corporate officer nor the CEO seemed to know anything about a different version that was out there, and now all of a sudden we were told it's a proposed amendment. And well, whose authority are they proposing the amendment? It hasn't come from the board, and so I'd like to know who's working on these edits, who's making this draft, and if there's a proposed amendment, why isn't there a staff report about this amendment? It just seems there's just so many red flags for me when I see something like that. And I think we deserve, as a board, an explanation.
Ms. Malden, are you able to explain, I think the issue came through EDMS?
Oh, for sure. So again, back in 2017, staff circled back to look at this to see if it was still effective, and made some proposed changes to policy. We're always looking at policy. And by when I say we're proposed change, it's those things that we bring forward to the board. You often see things that are redlined. You often see things with recommendations from staff. We show you the changes that we are thinking, and we show you the rationale as to why. So back in 2017, staff had a look at this policy again and said, is it still effective? Is it still, working to do what it's supposed to do? And I think at that point, what we determined was, because again, we didn't have any communications staff. So in order to move forward with other issues that emerged that were more important at the time, that were more time sensitive, it was put aside. So that document sits in our electronic data management system as a draft. So the error there was that somebody failed to put a draft stamp across it, and that's simply it. So when staff this year went to put a copy of the communication policy in. They went into EDMS, into our internal system, and inadvertently took that copy and put it on the agenda. So at that point, it was identified that yes, indeed, that was not the consistent version. It was simply an internal working document, which we do on a fairly regular basis. We work on those policies. So inadvertently, it was carried forward to this meeting as well. And I did have a conversation with staff to better define the flow of information from one meeting to the next. So the very same documents were taken from that last meeting and brought forward. And we did catch that, and you did receive an email from Jillian explaining that that was the process that had inadvertently happened. So I hope that clarifies it for you.
Thank you, Director Holmes. A follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I guess my concern is what would have happened had that had it not been caught at the board level. You know, would then this draft policy then have kind of slipped in and become the official policy, and nobody would have realized that? You know, I think that's the there doesn't seem to be that's my worry. I mean, it's not, you know, what the changes were doesn't really matter. The fact that it's how it happened, and that there's no sort of checks there for that.
Ms. Malden, anything further on that?
Sure. So we do have checks and balances in place. We would have, before bringing this forward for any sort of adoption, what we typically will do is we'll go out and we'll pull a version that's sitting on our website, because we want to make sure that we're accurate. And, you know, in the past, 1 or 2 times, we found they're different, and so we correct it in that way. So that is one of our checks and balances. And, you know, moving forward, this is a good educational opportunity for newer staff to make sure that the documents are branded correctly when they're in the working files, and when they're brought out, where they're supposed to be, you know, brought out from. So it has been a learning. I would tell you that in all likelihood that would have been caught because we pull it from the website as well to compare.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Ms. Malden. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. So Director Gettens, are you making a motion, or what's the direction of the group? Is this something you want to think about and come forward in 2 weeks to revisit this with a proposed motion? I'll go to Director Gettens, since you did have something in writing. I don't think it's come through yet.
Okay, I'm happy to put a notice of motion or make it a motion. I really don't think we're that far apart. I think it's just a bit of clarification in the policy that I think is worth discussing. I think it doesn't disempower the role of a chair whatsoever, but it makes it clearer the role of the EA director when it comes to discussing matters about our different areas. So if Christy has it, it would be great to review it with the board for discussion and to see if it can be approved upon. But maybe Christy, you can just take a look again and see if it's there, or I can share my screen if you're able to do that either.
It's a notice of motion, not vote now.
No, it wouldn't be a notice of motion, Director Sanders. Director Gettens could just put forward a motion in committee, and then it would come forward to the board, is my understanding. Director Gettens, did you make any changes from our discussion from what you first read out, or is it still the same?
It's still the same. So then I can put forward a motion then, sure.
I'll second it.
Is clarification for staff and the chair as to it, you know, it's got to be a consistent referral out then to the EA directors. Okay, go ahead, Director Gettens.
Should I put forward the motion then? Is that, or share my screen?
I think you can read out your motion then.
Okay.
Still would have to come to the board.
So on page 2, if you've got your communications policy in front of you, on page 2, under regional board responsibilities, it says the chair and their designate is the primary spokesperson for the regional district on regional matters. That's a change, on regional matters. The chair is authorized to release information releases on behalf of the regional district and provide media interviews in relation to any board position. Other members of the regional board are secondary spokespersons for the regional district on regional matters. That part there, on regional matters, is the change. What is added is the electoral area director and or designate is the primary spokesperson and promoter for his or her electoral area on matters pertaining specifically to his or her electoral area.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder to that motion?
Yes.
Director Monteith, seconding. Thank you. Director Bauer, you have a comment?
Yeah, to the motion. Just want to make sure that that even has a legal foundation, since the local government clearly stipulates who the spokesperson is. Now, I think it's important that we find out what the legal implications are. Maybe the CEO can speak to that, or Ms. Malden, before we vote on anything that is counterproductive to what the local government Act says.
I'll go to CAO Newell on that.
Oh, I think we'll look at the motion out of committee, and if it is something that contradicts the act, Madam Chair, we'll point that out in the report that comes to the board.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for that. Any further questions, suggestions on this? Director Traynor, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm going to be in support of this motion, and I think obviously some more work needs to be done on wordsmithing, but I think as long as it captures the spirit of partnership, so the local director working with the chair, because obviously we want to maintain the chair and what she does and honoring that, but I definitely think that there's room for partnership. So as long as it, whatever we end up with, captures that, I'm in support of it.
Great, thank you, and we'll certainly would see this back at the board for further discussion and possible wordsmithing. Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I support the intent also. I just would like to point out that we should probably make it gender neutral rather than his or hers. Maybe use the word their, because not everybody might identify with either one of those. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that suggestion. Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, I want to thank Director Gettens because I think we're on the right track with including electoral area directors. I'd also like to make sure that we're also including our fire chiefs or any first responders that are in the area that are speaking on behalf of an incident. I think that, you know, they might need just some acknowledgement or being included. It's just all about consultation. And I think that having it in a policy is important so that we understand where what staff are doing, what we're doing, and there is no role confusion, because I feel like there is a bit now, and I think the residents have an expectation that we're not meeting. So I appreciate where Director Gettens is going. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Robinson, go ahead, please.
Just on procedure, why are we debating a notice of motion?
This isn't a notice of motion, it's a motion out of committee.
I apologize. I thought I clearly heard one of the directors make a notice of motion. Sorry.
You did hear, yes, you did hear the word notice, but we're just doing a motion out of committee. Thank you for that clarification. Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up through to the chair in regards to Director Monteith, I think it's important not that the fire chiefs and whether or not it's me as a unit chief of an ambulance station or whatever, that's also the communication policies and procedures around an EOC and part of unified command. And I don't believe it's a part of what we're looking at today. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit lost here. I was kind of on the same page that Katie was on. So exactly what are we doing? Is this, are we going to vote on this motion today, or I thought this was going to come back in a report? So I'm kind of a loss of where we're at procedurally.
So my understanding is we're voting on this to come out of committee to come to the board. with a report to be voted on at the board. We're only in committee right now, but I'm going to go to CAO Newell. I see he has his hand up. Go ahead, please.
I did have my hand up. Very good discussion. Appreciate that. At committee, everybody votes on everything. It's intended to be less formal, so we don't really do notices of motion. What the process is that the minutes from this committee meeting will go forward to the next meeting of the board anyway. So a notice of motion typically goes from one meeting to the next. In purpose, it's the same process and in that it will arrive at the next meeting. So we'll have a look as soon as we get our email back. We'll have a look at Director Getton's suggestion for wording. We'll put it in the form of an administrative report, and hopefully, unless there are some legal consequences or whatever, we'll have some sort of a holistic report back to you on this for your next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I see Ms. Malden has a hand up. Go ahead, please.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to that as well that we do have some other proposed changes. Most of them are housekeeping. You know, there are things like adjusting positions and reference to legislation in that. And so that would also be included in the report. So I may have inadvertently confused people by indicating that I thought this was coming back again with some of the discussion that happened today in a amended policy in corporate services. So I will bring back a report with a bylaw or a policy that is marked up with the changes that have been discussed today, plus also the housekeeping. That's the preference.
Okay, thank you. So folks, we do have a motion on the floor. Is there anything further before I call the question? Seeing any hands up, I'll therefore call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Director George Bush, Director Bob Coyne, Director Bauer. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. CAO Newell, we are at noon, and so I'm thinking we need to bring back item D for the next meeting so that we can get on with the 12 o'clock scheduled hospital board meeting. Yeah, I don't believe there's anything urgent here.
Not urgent, Madam Chair, and that'll give us a chance to put a written report forward so the board can consider it prior to the discussion.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, folks. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn corporate services, moved by Director Monteith, seconded by Director Bush. All in favor? Thank you. And anybody opposed? Looks like Ms. Malden's opposed, but we're not counting her vote. So thank you very much. We are adjourned, and I'm going to turn things over to Chair Sentis for the hospital board meeting. Go ahead, please, Chair Sentis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess it's now good afternoon, directors, and I will call the meeting to order and ask for an adoption of the agenda. I've got Director Bauer and Director Robinson. All those in favor of the motion? That is carried. Thank you. I would then ask we could move to item B, which is minutes, and that is needing a motion to receive and accept. Thank you. I've got Director Bush, Director Holmes. If there's no further conversation or any correction, I will call the motion for acceptance. All in favor? Thank you. I don't believe there's anyone opposed. Thank you very much. We'll now go to item C, and I will call on CAO Newell. Will you speak to that and introduce whatever information is needed?
I will introduce it, Madam Chair. Just that we have the hospital district budget sitting at second reading, so we're looking for third and adoption today, and Mr. Safino will present. Just did want to point out, though, remind the board that we had the IHA presentation on 2021 capital projects at the last meeting, and we did decide we would take out that 1.4 million that they had proposed for the primary care network until we got more details. And so we'll wait on IHA in order to come back to us on that, if indeed they do. But other than that, the budget would be the same as what you saw at second reading. So with that, Madam Chair, we can turn it over to our Manager of Financial Services, and he can give his presentation and answer questions.
Thank you, CAO. All right, we'll proceed then with further information. Thank you. Is that John or is that Jim?
Hello. Hi, it's Jim here.
Thank you, Jim.
I just got John here. He's the one that did the final budget. As you can see, that there is no changes, but John did an awesome job in presenting the first report. As stated earlier, maybe like a quick highlight of what we showed you earlier, or do you just want to debate the budget? I'll leave that up to the board.
I do have one concern, and I think it's just a simple correction, Mr. Zaffino. It is in the admin report under analysis. It's the second bullet, number 3. And I think there's a reversal there. I don't have the document in front of me, unfortunately. But it speaks to an increase when in fact the way the numbers are reversed, it would be a decrease. So it's just one or the other. Do you find that?
I didn't hear the question.
It's not a huge error, but it just, I would just like for it to be corrected. And it's, if it is just a simple reversal, that's easy to do. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that, Madam Chair. Let's consider that an editorial error.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else have a comment they'd like to make regarding the recommendation? Chair Kazakovich?
Yeah, I'd just like to make the administrative recommendation.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Spencer Coyne. Do I see a question up there?
Let's scroll up through Chair Census. I don't see any hands clicked. No.
We're not seeing any questions. So if everyone is comfortable with the staff recommendation that has been duly moved, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Are there any opposed? I believe that motion is carried. Thank you. I had just asked for this agenda to have a couple of items put on for your information. I did make note of this at the last meeting. However, it went so very late, I think till 4:59. And so I think they're important enough that I'd just like to bring them back to your attention. And the first one is that IHA has created a stigma toolkit, and they want all of us to be aware that is an opportunity should there be a need. So if you have anything within your jurisdiction, in your regional district or in your municipality that might be looking for a resolution, this could be a good tool. And so it can be easily accessed through Carl Meadows at, I guess, Penticton Regional Hospital. The second point that I wanted to bring forward is the development at PRH. And as you know, the front doors are now officially opened. They're working on the second phase, which is the emergency department, and there has already been a fair bit of publicity about the improvement there, but it's not yet complete. Also, there will be a third phase coming forward, which is the creation of a triage for mental health needs. That is still in the works, but I wanted you to be aware that IHA is aware of the concerns and they're looking forward to a resolution. Down the track will also be the revitalization of the oncology department that is desperately needing some update. The other thing that they are working on is an urgent primary care, and so we will stay tuned. They advise us that they're working diligently and hope in the near future to bring more information back. So with that, I believe we're looking at adjournment, unless anyone has anything further.
Director Gettens does.
Director Getton, I'm sorry, Riley.
That's okay. I was just going to move the motion to adjourn. Got a
Thank
little
you.
ahead of myself.
Okay, a second? Thank you, Director Bush. All in favor of the motion? I thank you. I don't believe there are any opposed. So with that, I will call the meeting adjourned. And thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Chair Stentis. So folks, we have a scheduled lunch break now, and we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So we're gonna be starting the board meeting promptly at 12:45 p.m. So we'll see you back here at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch, folks. Okay, good afternoon, directors. We're going to get started with the regular board meeting. I'd like you to have a look at your agendas, please. And this is your only opportunity to remove an item from the consent agenda. Would you like anything removed? Yes, Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. Can I please remove the item I, the Environment and Infrastructure Committee minutes?
Okay, we will pull items 1I from consent agenda corporate issues, and that's going to move down to F4 on the agenda, so that'll go to F4. Director Obrick, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Item 1F.
You want to pull 1F, okay.
Yes,
1F
please.
will go down to F4 as well. Okay, bear with me. Okay. Anybody else have anything to pull from consent agenda? Okay. Not seeing anyone else. Okay, then folks, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended, which has removed items A1F and A1I and moved them to F4. I see Director Pendergraft and Director Sentis. Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda corporate issues as amended. Director Gettens, thank you. Seconded by Director Robinson. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, and I'll look for a motion for consent agenda development services. Director Bush, seconded by Director Pendergraft. Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? I think Director Gettens, that's a leftover hand. Yes, okay, thank you. Motion carries, and I'd just like to advise the public, if you're on the line for consent agenda development services, the 3 items on there have all been approved. So now we're going to move down to item B, development services, building inspection, B1, building bylaw contraventions, 847 Highway 5A and Area H, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this was an issue that was brought before the board back in January of 2020, and there was a resolution to put a notice on title on this property and to seek conjunctive action, but then we tagged on a line about compliance within 30 days of that. And the notice is being filed, but what we're being advised by the lawyer is that the court would not find that comforting, that wording with the condition on it, as permission to seek the injunction from the board. So we're bringing it back for reconsider. Well, we're bringing it back for a new resolution on the injunctive action. Now, I should advise the board that the property owners on this parcel have requested that this be deferred so that they can present new information.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, CAO. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we defer it till the March 18th meeting to give time to do their preparation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Director Bush, thank you. Okay, the motion's on the floor, and I'll call the question on deferral to March 18th. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Director Roberts, you're opposed, or is that a lingering hand? Lingering, was that a lingering hand? Yes, thank you, thumbs up. Okay, motion carries. We'll see that back in 2 weeks, folks. Item C, development services, rural land use matters. C1, agricultural land commission referral, non-adhering residential use, 363 and 373 Road 14 in Area C, CAO. lose CAO? Did we lose CAO? No. I think he's going to be coming. Oh, there he is. Okay. Go ahead, CAO.
We are recommending that this not be authorized to proceed.
Okay, we only got your last 6 words, so if you were talking before that, could you please repeat that, please?
I'm assuming I was on mute.
Yeah.
So this is an application to the Agricultural Land Commission, again, for farm worker accommodation, I believe for temporary farm workers. And it is for, there's 2 homes on the parcel now. This is for a worker's cabin. And there has been a stop work order placed on it. And I believe the APC has recommended that it not be authorized to proceed. And we are recommending that not be authorized, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Director Knodel. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll be recommending the administrative recommendation. One of the houses on this property is housing temporary farm workers, but not for this farm, so it kind of negates the whole purpose to the cause. It would just add more clutter to this farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Director Knodel, you're moving the administrative recommendation that the application not be authorized to proceed to the ALC, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Director Obrecht is seconding. Okay, is there any discussion on this? And I'm assuming, I don't see it on the agenda here, but we would want to give the applicants an opportunity to speak. CAO, is that correct?
We typically do when it's a negative recommendation, Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We're just missing that on this agenda. So I'm going to have a look to see if we have the applicants. So do we have, it looks like the last name is Seacon, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It looks like we do have a representative on the phone.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good, thank you. And your name, please?
Chan?
Chan, okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to this, please?
No, honestly, I get the decision of the APC there, so I don't have a whole lot to say.
Okay. While you're on the phone, I'll just check. Are there any questions from the board for the applicant? Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
So my question is, what will you do if you don't get this temporary housing?
What do we do if we don't get, I mean, it's a bit of a scramble at the moment, but I have found a different location on a different property that's been approved for more employees. So we'll have to house them off site, right? Which has been the case with us for the last number of years. But I mean, it's not ideal.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Yeah.
Yeah, any other questions, directors, for the applicant? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Seacon, for joining us. So we do have a motion on the floor. Are there any other comments, suggestions by the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This is a corporate vote. I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? I'm not seeing any. Motion carries. Okay, we go down to C2, Development Variance Permit Application 162 Salacan Drive in Area D, CAO.
This is in Upper Carmi, Madam Chair. It's a really steep, slopey area, and this is an application for a front yard variance from 7.5 meters to 3, and a side yard variance from 4.5 to 3. And I understand that the APC has recommended that this be approved, and we are as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Olbrich.
Thank you very much to the chair. I lost my mouse. Sorry about that. I couldn't. Yes, I will be making a motion for the administrative recommendation. This one is fascinating because it's a 10-acre or so holding. It's on incredibly steep slope. I've been to it. I've looked at it. The building site is so small that this variance, I think, is necessary to make the site not only usable, the owner, but safe. If you read the report, you'll see there's a safety issue, the steepness. It is a very big lot, 12 acres. We talked about metal storage containers. You'd have a hard time fitting one on this lot. It's that steep. The community, we had some pretty good concern raised. I think we even had a late written communication. The Advisory Planning Commission did a really thorough job on all sides of the issue. This is one of those variance permits which there's a discretion, and the community feedback was phenomenal in terms of balancing the considerations and being respectful to the concerns, and they did support the staff recommendation, and that is in light of some concern in the community that those concerns, I'm satisfied, got well considered by myself, but also by the community. So I want to move the administrative recommendation. But I think I like to make sure this board knows what the community and the Advisory Planning Commission feedback is, as the advice is for your benefit. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for this? Director Gettens is seconding. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Director Canolo, go ahead, please.
One of the late issues on this made an inquiry about stakeholder consultations with Fortis Penticton Gas Line Project, road maintenance contractor, Penticton City Planning Department, yada, yada, yada. I just wanted to know if these had been actually done or whether they were necessary, viewed as necessary by the authority.
CAO?
I would have to turn this over to Mr. Garish, Madam Chair, but I saw Director Olbrich with his hand up as well.
Okay, Mr. Garish, did you want to respond to
that? Sure, I'll pass it over to Joanne to speak to that.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Peachy.
Thank you. So in response to those comments, I reached out to Fortis BC as well as the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, and both of those agencies confirmed that this variance does not impact their interests. I did not reach out to the City of Penticton or I believe it's AIM, as I didn't feel that was applicable to this DVP.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Director Olbrich, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to add, some of you may know Fortis is doing a gas line extension running north through this area. There was a lot of community consultation by Fortis, the result of which is the route was changed. This is in process still, but changed from environmentally sensitive land on private property and it's going to go down Salacan Drive, which is actually where this property is located. And this was communicated by myself with Joanne Peachy. I want to thank her because she did a lot of work on this, balancing a lot of important issues, as did the community input. I spoke with the adjoining landowners, some of them who were concerned, not all, but the road itself, they're large holdings. This is at the end of a road. There's only a couple more properties beyond it. The concern for the road, for the community, was this is strikingly different from normal. It's very close to the road. When you take the setbacks, there was concern about the road being torn up by Fortis and impacting safety and parking. Parking is an issue here, but when all those considerations are balanced, and really that's the challenge on this one, I support the administrative recommendation for the reasons given, but it was a really good piece of work in terms of the consultations made and the approvals achieved, to my understanding, and the community members who raised concerns. I'm quite satisfied that they had both fair notice and opportunity, but that they also had their concerns listened to. And just for the benefit of, I can't remember, was that Director Knodel who asked the question, or who it was? But I agree with him that you want to know the answers to those things, and that definitely got attention. I can speak to that with personal knowledge. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. It is a rural vote. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to C3, Official Community Plan, OCP Bylaw Amendments, ALR Exclusion Applications, CAO.
This was the subject of our public hearing this morning, Madam Chair, and having done that, this addresses the changes to the Agricultural Land Reserve due to the recent amendments to the Act, and we are recommending that this get third and adoption.
Okay, thank you. Looking to see if someone will move that, please. Director Knodel moving it, seconded by Director Gettens. Any questions or concerns? Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
Yeah, to Chris, just as a side note, what are people getting positive results from the ALC when they are applying for these like non-farm use housing, and like these ones we get constantly getting for temporary foreign workers and stuff? What is the response been from the ALC on that stuff? Do you have any idea?
Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Sure, thank you. Well, it's too soon to know with the recent batch of these farm labor applications the board's been dealing with. I think we've only received a decision from the commission on one of them, and it was a positive approval. But historically, we'd have to go back and review the decisions in our area. I don't have it at my fingertips to know for sure, but I mean, certainly with the changes in 2018, exclusions have become harder, which I think was part of the lead up into this other legislative change. And in relation to subdivisions, I mean, I don't think we get enough of those for me to know, how the commission views that. But I can certainly do a little bit of research and follow up with you offline if that helps.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions or comments? We have a motion on the floor. This is a rural vote with a 2/3 majority. There was a typo in your agenda. It did say corporate, and I knew Director Census would catch that. It is a rural vote. So I will call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to D, Community Services, D1, Similkameen Swimming Pool Upgrades Award of Project CAO.
Yeah, this is to place a liner in the Karamia swimming pool, Madam Chair. We had applied for a larger grant. The Recreation Commission over there is interested in replacing the pool. It's getting very old and starting to break down, but we weren't successful in that. So in order to comply with the current health requirements, we need to replace, or in this case, put in a liner. So we're recommending that that be awarded to our custom pool and spa for $115,358.
Thank you. I see Director Bush is moving it, I believe, and Director Roberts seconding. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this? Not seeing any. This is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And is there anybody opposed? Director Monteith, I think that's a leftover. Yeah, thank you. Okay, motion carries. D2, 2021 UBCM Fire Smart Economic Recovery Fund application, CAO.
This is a new program that's just come out, Madam Chair. Lots of Fire Smart grants available now. So this one is under the CRI funding stream for economic recovery. And we want to submit an application to that recovery fund. So this is the board resolution for that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts, are you moving this? Yes, thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Sentis, thank you. Any questions or comments? This is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to E, Finance. E1, RDOS 2021 to 2025 5-year financial plan bylaw number 2922-2021, CAO.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Safino, Madam Chair. This is the second reading of the RDOS 5-year financial plan. And what we're going to need to do is we need to put it on the floor for a second reading. And then Mr. Safino has his presentation, and we have a slate of amendments that need to be made at second reading. So the board can either pass those as a slate or do them individually or pull selected items off of the amendment list or add new ones. But we're going to need to get it on the floor for second reading, get the information, and then move an amendment with whatever the board's comfortable with, and then pass second reading as amended. And then we'll come back on the 18th for third and adoption, because that then is the end of our timeline for getting the budget into municipal affairs. So right now we need that motion for second reading, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we need to first get a motion on the floor for second. Director Sentis is moving that. Is there a seconder? Director Roberts is seconding that to get it on the floor. Okay, so we have it on the floor. Are we having a presentation then by Mr. Zaffino, or is it just questions?
No, he's got a PowerPoint, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Zaffino?
Yeah.
Like to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. So as the CEO stated, there are a number of amendments, and it's on your Appendix 1 of your report. But I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I can quickly go through. This one. Sorry, being colorblind doesn't help, so I'm having a problem here. It's this one. I need to share this one. Can you see this?
Not yet.
Okay.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So go back to sharing the screen. So I apologize for the technical difficulty. I hope I don't have this same thing tonight. So are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, just very briefly, I've got some slides. The majority of the slides are the tax requisitions for the municipalities in the electoral areas with the explanation of the variance between first and second reading. So this is the amendment that brings some changes. We received some drafts, for instance, that weren't accepted in the previous reading, so I'll just enter that here. What's new in the budget? So from now on in, you will see more information than just the dollars and the tax requisition. From now on in, every single budget has the bylaw. The year the bylaw was created, if there's a tax limit, what the tax limit is, and if it's compliant with the bylaw. So this one here in electoral area A is compliant. You can see the tax limit is 442,000 and we're taxing 231. If it's not compliant, the words not compliant will show up or review soon. And what the goal is, it's going to show that for all 5 years, so that we can have a head start on if there's an issue and we're not compliant. So again, that's something new. This is the tax requisition that's presented in the first reading. Just wanted to show everyone what it was, and this is what it is with the changes. You do have amendments to take a look at as an Appendix A. As the CEO stated, you could look at them as a block and or pull them out and discuss specific ones. They are pre-numbered so that it'll be easy to locate and discuss. So the next 15 slides are essentially your individual tax requisitions with with the response of why there was a change between the first and second reading. The majority of the changes are due to COVID-19 funds, so the majority of that went to revenue. The second major changes is because we're in March and closer to year end, we were able to have a better estimate of what the carry forward amounts are. So some of the carry forward amounts were overstated because we came in at a lower amount, and so they were adjusted to reflect what it will be at year end. Other changes, SIR came in after first reading, and a good example, if you look at this one here, which is Penticton, you'll see that that one went up materially, where the other regional district services actually dropped. But this is how it is for all of them. All tax requisitions have a reason why it did change. Building inspection was another major reason why it changed. The board looked at having a 70-30 split, and this is the perfect time to do the change for the 70-30 because of COVID. A lot of the tax rates increases because of COVID are lower. So the hit on the taxpayer isn't as high and won't be as high. So I could go through all of the rest of the slides, essentially are the tax requisitions with the reasons why they were increased. I could do that, or the board can just decide to take a look and pull out the specific ones and ask questions. Majority of these are lower, but there are some that are higher. So here's Penticton's, for example, and they're all the same. A lot of them, 911, mosquito control, that changed because of the reserves that the board released to actually fund this year's increased costs. So this is Sunderland, looking at Princeton, and some of them, the majority of them, you'll see that there's no changes. It's zero. But like I stated, it was something that I thought might make it easier for the board to look at and make their decisions. And as you can see in this one, the trailer A down here, at the bottom, the majority, all of them are COVID changes. So if you've seen the report which I sent out yesterday, and you had any questions, I'm glad to answer them. And if you have any concerns about these requests, again, we've got staff here that can answer the questions if I can. And as far as comments are, I've only received one comment in all the presentations I made and all the videos that we've had. We've always asked for comments to send to myself. This is the only one that I've received.
Mr. Zaffino, could I ask you to pause for a moment? We have a comment from CAO Newell. Go ahead, CAO.
Yeah, I think probably the most effective use of our time, Madam Chair, might just be to refer to Appendix I, which is the proposed list of amendments, and see if the board wants to just pass those as a slate or if there are specific things that we need to discuss in detail.
Okay, thank you, because this information is in our package that we were sent out. Okay, thank you. I see Director Bush has a question. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yeah, so all I see is in the big changes is area administration and area planning. So when I added up for all the different areas, that's 353,000 and some. And is this all stuff that we voted for?
There's in the administration, there's no changes. That's correct. We all voted for this.
Mr. Zaffino, it's hard for us to hear you. Are you able to get closer to the microphone?
Is this better?
That's better. Keep where you are, and please repeat what you just said.
The administration percentages did not change. It's all what the board originally passed.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, there was not a change in the administration amount. Is that correct?
That's correct. The administration for operation stayed the same, and the same thing for the capital. The capital still is 20% of the total administration.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, question?
Yeah, well, I don't understand that, but that's probably because it's way over my head. But I mean, all I can see is we're like our area is paying $12,000 more this year, and I don't know what it's for.
Mr. Zaffino, are you able to explain that for Mr. Bush? Director Bush, sorry.
I'll just go back to the slide and look. Yes.
I mean, Area H here is $65,000 more. I mean, that's quite a jump. I don't know if Mr. Coyne's aware of that or.
He appears to be aware. He's nodding.
So just taking a look at the changes for the area B, I see declines in there, so I don't, the $12,000 increase you said, yeah, from what I see is that there's decreases in the mosquito control dropped by $8,600. The administration charge for the refuse disposal dropped, and the SAR was the biggest single change that you had to observe. That dropped $15,000.
Yes, but
Oh, go ahead, Director Bush. I was just going to say, Mr. Zavino, it's still hard to hear you.
so area administration and area planning are still up $12,500.
So one of the biggest increases that did occur was the building inspection.
Does he have his mask on?
Do you, Mr. Zavino, do you have your mask on? Are you able to?
No, I could come in there. It's just that I've got a poor speaker. I'll just come in there.
Okay, why don't we go to Director Gettens for now and see if there's a question or if you're looking to make a change to the amendments. Go ahead, Director Gettens.
No, actually, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to have a question. I had quite a few changes to my budget that aren't on this amendment that we're looking at today, and I've been assured that other directors have changes for the third reading as well, and I just wanted to confirm that that is the case.
I believe that's the case because I know I had a few. So let's hear from either Mr. Zaffino or Mr. Cote if he's in that office. But there were still some changes submitted that we haven't seen yet. Oh, here's Mr. Zaffino. If you want to come around to this side, Mr. Zaffino.
I'll ask Danny for a better computer.
Yeah, Danny needs to get him a better computer. So the right now the question, Mr. Zaffino, from Director Gettens is we want to clarify there's been apparently some additional changes from some of the directors since this document, correct?
That's correct. So,
okay.
So one of the things that I did send out is some directors had a very low tax requisition because of COVID. Mm-hmm. And some of the directors came to me and asked if we could change it. So there's going to be some minor, there's not very many like there are in this time, but there's some changes that directors asked so that their tax requisition isn't a negative.
Right.
And it's a positive. It's a 1% tax increase instead of a 0.5% tax decrease. And Director Gettens had some changes that she made yesterday.
Yeah.
That I couldn't put into this budget.
Okay, so we'll see that for third.
Yeah, yes, and there, like I stated, there's not that many, but there are some because of the COVID created a unique circumstances where there's very low taxes. Right. And what happened is you increase the taxes by increasing reserves, so it's a double win.
Okay, thank you. Director Gettens, do you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity, there's some of these changes I put in not yesterday, but before that. So they won't all be super minor. They're just mine to deal with. But I just want to set the board up because I was a little bit nervous about debating changes at third reading. So as long as we're all okay with that, that's still going to come to third reading. Otherwise, I'll try and get them in right now.
Right. Well, I know I had a few for third, so I think we're going to see a list for third reading.
There's a number of directors that have asked for change.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
So going back to Director Bush, I believe his question was on an administration charge increase. Was that correct, Director Bush? Go ahead, Mr. Zaffino.
So if I may, on administration, I did do a separate report on the admin fee.
Yes.
And so just to correct, because if you're looking at the newspaper, some of those numbers were incorrect. So if I can just set the record straight, the administration for what's in the tax requisitions totaling $871,000. And that's broken up through the municipalities and electoral areas. And the Penticton's for this one is $71,000, for instance. If you're looking at Area B is $26,000. The total for between the tax requisition and the parcel tax is $871,145. The tax portion for the user fees, and because there is a administration charge on user fees, that's $310,000. And capital, there's a redistribution in capital expenditures of $295,000, and that's split up in all of the electoral area capital projects. The administration, after the budget was amended for the IT capital asks, is $1,476,000 and has not changed. The only way it would have changed is if the board would have allowed COVID funding for the IT expenses, and the board, I think, very wisely chose to use it for your own areas.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Director Roberts, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I don't know, I find myself get quite frustrated a lot of times. We've had some really good discussions with Savino. It's the process of going from, like, I've got in front of me 5 different pieces of paper where I've gone in, printed it out, and then everything is completely different. And I know as things change, and as we get the final numbers in from 2020, that does happen. But sometimes even when you're discussing and you understand the process with the staff and with Mr. Safino, what I look at in regards to my budget or the breakdown and then the numbers, it seems to sometimes be different on Mr. Safino's screen or on the staff screen. And I'm just hoping as we move forward, and I believe Mr. Savino did mention that he's going to be working at really making it clearer with everything at the same time. So for instance, I'll have one budget that has growth on it, and I had one budget that didn't, and so I get lost in a lot of the numbers, and I'm never quite sure if I'm looking at apples versus apples or apples versus a kumquat. But that could be just me.
So
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Zafino. Go ahead.
So one of the things that was unique in this year, and a lot of you directors noticed it, is that your tax requisition went up slightly, but it went up. But your cost per household went down, and and you asked the question, and the answer is because of the non-market growth. And in some cases, where your tax requisition could be, let's say, 2%. If your growth was 1%, your actual tax increase is only 1%. And so one of the things that when we made some discussion talks about what if. That's where I think that was a misunderstanding. And what I'd like to do is eventually take it through the CAO to the board on how we should be doing it similar to how municipalities do it. And that way you're consistent. A lot of you who are councillors on municipalities know about this, and it's found money. So yes, if you use growth as an indicator to say your tax requisition is X, and then you don't use growth, it's going to be the X plus, whatever the growth indicator was. So that's something that will be coming forward as a budget item request through the CAO.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zafino. So, folks, right now we have a page, Appendix I of amendments to the budget. Is anybody willing to move that Appendix I? Director Bob Quine, are you moving that? Thank you. Director Bauer is seconding. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move the Appendix I amendments to the budget. Okay, remember folks, this is a weighted corporate vote. I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Okay. Director Gettens, you still have a hand up? Thank you. And was anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now we're going to go back to the main motion as amended. I'll call the question on that. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. That takes us down to E2, OBWB Water Conservation and Quality Improvement Grant Late Application, CAO. Oh, we can't hear you, CAO.
Sorry. We had 4 of these at our last meeting, Madam Chair. These are applications to the Okanagan Basin Water Board for their water quality grant. And we did receive a late letter from the Penticton Indian Band on behalf of the Analkan Center. They also want to submit an application for the floodplain re-engagement project. It's an outdoor learning opportunity facility. So we are recommending that the board provide that letter of support, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Looking for someone to move this. Director Bush is moving it, seconded by Director Monteith. Any questions or comments? This is a corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to F1, Legislative Services, Kaleden Sewers, CAO.
Okay, so this is complicated. So everybody's aware that we got a Building Canada 2 grant long time ago for about $6.6 million, I believe. And it was to bring either Skaha Estates or Kaleden into the Okanagan Falls sewer system, or both. But of course, those are expensive projects. And we started out looking at Skaha Estates and went through conceptual design, and it was just not affordable for that small of a population. So we got permission from Infrastructure Canada to repurpose that Building Canada 2 grant to move it over to Kaleden. And we've been working away on that. And I know that our engineering department and the director for I have been engaged in this for what seems like a long time. But we're to the point now where it's ready to move forward. And what we need to do, though, when we went to Municipal Affairs with our proposed mechanism to do this, they said no. So the bylaw that we have sitting at third reading to set up a new service just for Kaleden didn't work for them. So what we have to do is we have to expand the Okanagan Falls sewer service to include the work that we want to do in Kaleden, and then we have to set up a separate service so that the Kaleden residents that are going to buy into this system have a service to attach a borrowing bylaw to. And then we have to set up for public assent and the necessary resolutions that go along with that. So that explains the long list of recommendations that you see in your report. So the first thing that we have to do is this bylaw 1239, that's the Okanagan Falls sewer system, and we need to amend the service area to include the force main that's going to go from Okanagan Falls to Kaleden, and then the proposed Kaleden service. And we're recommending that the board give that bylaw first, second, and third reading, Madam Chair, and then forward it to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval. So I'm assuming, do you want to do these one at a time, or do you want to go through, just approve everything?
Well, from what I've got at my end is that it's 11 separate recommendations to be worked through and voted on one at a time here. So
Okay.
I think we'll just work through those individually, and I'll go to Director Monteith then on the first recommendation there.
So I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, and there's a seconder is Director Bush. Thank you. So that is the first one, that bylaw number 1239.09/2021 Okanagan Falls Sanitary Sewer Service Area Amendment bylaw be read a first, second, and third time and forwarded to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval. That motion's on the floor. Any questions on that? This is a corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Director Monteith, back to you.
And let's keep making those recommendations.
Okay, moved by Director Monteith, seconded by Director Bush, that third reading of bylaw number 2889/2020 being the Clayton extension of the Okanagan Falls Sewer Service Establishment bylaw be rescinded. Any questions on that? Corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Director Monteith, the next one.
And I'd like to make that recommendation, please.
Okay, seconded by Director Bush, that bylaw number 2889/2020 be read a third time. Any questions on that? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Director Monteith, next one.
And I'd like to make that recommendation, please.
And seconded by Director Bush again, that bylaw number 2889/2020 be amended to create a service for infrastructure required for the collection and conveyance of sewer effluent in a portion of the Clayton community. Any questions, folks? Okay, corporate vote again. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Director Monteith, next one.
And I'd like to make the next recommendation, please.
Thank you. Director Bush is seconding that bylaw number 2889/2020 be read a third time as amended and forwarded to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Oh, Director Roberts, were you opposed? No, just a late hand. Thank you. Director Monteith, next one.
And I'd like to make the next recommendation, please.
Okay, Director Bush is seconding that third reading of bylaw number 2890/2020 being the Clayton extension of the Okanagan Falls Sewer Service Loan Authorization bylaw be rescinded. Any questions? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Next one, Director Monteith.
And I'd like, oh, sorry, I keep being muted and unmuted. I'd like to make the staff recommendation, please.
Thank you. Director Bush is seconding that bylaw number 2890/2020 be read a third time. Any questions? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Back to you, Director Monteith.
And I'd like to make the next recommendation, please.
Okay, and a seconder, please. Director Robinson, thank you. That bylaw number 2890/2020 be amended to authorize the regional district to borrow up to $4,040,000 for the construction of a Clayton extension of the Okanagan Falls Sewer Service. Any questions? This one is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question, all in favor? Thank you, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Next one, Director Monteith. Okay, you're muted, but I could read lips. Maybe try that again though. You're moving the administrative recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bush is seconding that bylaw number 2890-2020 be read a third time as amended and forwarded to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval. Any questions on this? This is a weighted corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. Back to you, Director Monteith.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Robinson, thank you. That bylaw number 2923-2021, Caledon extension of the Okanagan Falls Sewer Service Capital Reserve Establishment bylaw be read a first, second, and third time. Any questions? It's a corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can go down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. Back to you, Director Monteith, for the last one.
And I'd like to make the last recommendation, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Knodel, thank you very much. This is a long one. That electoral approval for the adoption of bylaw number 2889 and bylaw number 2890 be obtained through assent vote referendum, and that the assent vote take place on Saturday, June 5th, 2021, and further that Christy Malden be appointed as the Chief Election Officer and Jillian Cram be appointed as Deputy Chief Election Officer for the Caledon extension to the Okanagan Falls Sewer assent vote, and further that the assent vote question be, are you in favor of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen adopting bylaw number 2889-2020, Caledon extension of the Okanagan Falls Sewer Service Establishment bylaw to create a service for the infrastructure required for the collection and conveyance of sewer effluent in a portion of the Caledon area of the Regional District, and bylaw number 2890-2020, Caledon extension of the Okanagan Falls Sewer Service Loan Authorization bylaw to authorize a long-term borrowing of up to $4,040,000 for the construction of the Caledon extension of the Okanagan Falls sewer system. Any questions, directors? This is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. That was a long one. Okay, so now we're on to E2, Dog Control Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw, CAO.
This is the bylaw to include Area I in the dog control service. Madam Chair, up to this point, we've been riding on the order allowing us to include I in all of the Area D bylaws prior to the split, and on the undertaking that we would eventually get around to including them separately in all those regulatory bylaws. So we're recommending that the board give this first, second, and third reading and forward it to the inspector.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts, were you moving that? Yes, okay. Is there a seconder? Director Monteith seconding that. Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Not seeing any. This is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. E3, RDOS fees and charges bylaw number 2927-2021, CAO.
Yeah, so in conjunction with our budget, any time that we identify a new fee or charge, we put it into fees and charges bylaw and then publish that for information, Madam Chair. So these are now the 2021 changes to the fees and charges bylaw that were discussed at committee. So we're recommending that the board give this first and second reading.
Okay, thank you. Director Spencer Coyne, are you moving this?
I'll move it, yes.
Thank you. And Director Roberts, you're seconding? Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, to be fair, I haven't had a chance to connect directly with staff. I've tried yesterday and then again this morning. I have concerns about the Cleveland Community Hall fee schedule, specifically taking out things like damage deposit and some of the wording changes about community events not being covered under or removing community events. So I'm hesitant to accept it just for those reasons. So I'm not sure what to do, whether postpone it or do second and then make changes at third. I'm not sure, but I'd like to address the damage deposit.
Okay, thank you. CAO, do you have direction on this? If it should be deferred or moved and changes could be made for third?
We could just get this on the floor, Madam Chair, then Director Monteith could move an amendment as to what she'd like, and then we can, I'm assuming Mr. Woods is on the call here. He could explain what those were about.
Okay, it's already on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. So shall we bring in Mr. Woods to respond to Director Monteith's inquiry? Mr. Woods?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have that detail, and I know that Augusto Romero is not in the building right now, so I'd have to follow up.
Okay, so going back to CAO, we can have an option either to defer. Is that a preferable
so
option?
if it's sitting at second, Madam Chair, yeah, somebody could move, Director Monteith could move that it be referred back to committee.
Okay, to refer it back to committee for further discussion. Okay, Director Monteith, what would you like to do?
Absolutely, I definitely would like to address the damage deposit. So please.
Okay, so your motion is to refer this back to committee. Is there a seconder, Director Gittens? It looks like you're seconding, is that correct? Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, I think Director Gittens has just a leftover hand, so motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so folks, we had a couple of things pulled from consent that fit in here now under F4. So we go to F4, item 1F off of consent, which is Okanagan Falls Parks and Recreation Committee, November 12th, 2020 minutes. So I'll go to Director Obrick as he pulled those. Go ahead, Director Obrick.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. These minutes are from November, and they're just before us today. I was at the November 12th meeting, and staff had brought a question related to the signage for the Heritage Hills Park and the name of the park. And there was a very thorough discussion at the Parks and Rec Commission. I did not participate. I listened. It was fascinating to hear the community feedback on the matter. And in the result, in the minutes, you'll notice a recommendation rejecting the proposed sign and the name, but also that a letter be sent by the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission to the board and to the chair. That letter, I reviewed it recently, went out in November, and it's quite detailed. I don't know that the board members have received that letter yet, but there was a reply to the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission from Chair Kozakovich, and I did speak with CAO Bill Newell in December when this matter, he and I discussed it. The first concern, of course, is that, and I thank the CAO for his help. He explained to me that I have an obligation to this board to communicate this kind of advice, and so I have done so. And the chair in her email, November 25, 2020, and I'll read it very briefly. It's short. It says, "Hi, Mr. Hall," that's the chair. "Thank you for your letter. The correct process would be for Director Obrecht to bring a notice of motion forward to the board of directors that he would like to have the park name reconsidered. Once a notice of motion is presented at the following board meeting, it will become a motion which will require a seconder. If seconded, the board will debate if they wish to see this back at committee for further discussion on name and vote. If the board votes in favor of reopening this discussion, it will come forward to a Community Services Committee meeting for debate and a vote." And so my intent, of course, is to follow that recommendation, make that notice of motion. I don't know if I make the notice of motion now or if I do it later in this meeting. I think it's important that the community concern receives the attention of this board. I'll speak to it when it comes back further. But my question at this moment is, is it sufficient that we do the notice of motion right now, or should I bring that back later in this meeting when notice of motions are called for?
Thank you, Director Obrecht. My advice is that it comes forward during the director's motions. That's when it would be appropriate to bring forward a notice of motion. With the minutes being pulled, was there an error in them, or are the minutes accurate?
With respect to the minutes being accurate, when I spoke to CAO about advice on what to do, he said, pull it off the consent agenda and make sure the board is aware. And so I've done that. Now, as to accuracy, I have not carefully reviewed these minutes recently as to the accuracy. I can tell you that at the time that the minutes were prepared, I was at the meeting. I did take excellent notes personally. And there was discussion between commission members and indeed the staff member who did the minutes. And there was a discrepancy between what the minutes reflected and what was said at the commission meeting. And what was fascinating to me, because I do take notes and I pay close attention to my notes when I review them, is there were two positions. One commission member said the motion was to read one way. The second commission member had a little softer language. Indeed, both sets of language were used in the making of the motion. The recording only reflected one of those two versions, but I can confirm in my own notes, indeed, commission members speaking at about the same time use slightly different wording. And so as far as accuracy goes, that detail is interesting because I think in substance, the minute is to my eye, sufficient and satisfactory, but I'm not the person whose words may not have been accurately reflected. So from their perspective, I would not be able to speak. I don't know the answer.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding is these minutes would come back to, and correct me, Ms. Malden, if I've got this wrong, to the next meeting to be part of the consent agenda for adoption. Ms. Malden, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So Director Obrecht, you can make your notice of motion later on this afternoon. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to the other minutes poll, which is item I, Environment and Infrastructure Committee minutes of February 18th, 2021. Those were pulled by Director Gettens. I'll go to Director Gettens. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Chair, there's a bit of a misalignment between the report and the chair's agenda from our last infrastructure meeting, and there's a motion in the minutes, but we actually didn't call the question or take a vote on it. So I just wanted to be able to do that opportunity, or to have the opportunity to do that.
Thank you for pointing that out, and I did chat with CAO, and there was a disconnect. I think the report said for information only, but then there was a motion And so I guess there was some mix up there. So I believe we have Andrew on the line if there was any questions regarding that shipping program budget and discussion. But I think we had a pretty thorough discussion. So I'm looking to see if it's suitable at this time then to move that recommended motion. Director
Would you mind
Gittens,
just reading out the motion?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Would you
That's
mind
not
just
a
reading out the
problem.
motion again? Because I've got it. Yeah.
The motion is that the regional district cap the contribution for a single chipping application to $20,000 and set the number and amounts of applications accepted to comply with budget.
Thank you. I'll move the motion.
Okay, thank you. And seconded by Director Robinson. Was there any discussion on that? Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
Is that a participant vote then?
Ms. Malden, what is the voting on this one?
This would be a weighted corporate vote.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. So that takes us down to CAO verbal updates. CAO, anything? No, you're muted, but you're shaking your head no, I think.
Nothing for me.
Okay, thank you. So then that takes us down to chair report. A couple things to mention. February 23rd, CAO and I participated in a conference call. We're usually every couple of weeks. This was Minister Osborne, and it was regarding the opioid crisis. Not as well as attended throughout our region as past meetings. I think many mayors were in different meetings potentially. SILGA Speaker Series lecture still going on, and I know many directors have been joining into our speaker series. And we just had a really good one yesterday on connectivity. That was a great panel, so I encourage you folks to keep joining in. The one next week, normally they're at noon, next week is at 2 o'clock, so just keep that in mind if you're participating in those series. February 24th, I thought we had a really good evening session on Parks and Recreation Commission orientation. That was joined by Directors Gittens, Monteith, and Obrick. And we had about 16 members of our commission. So I thought that was really informative. A lot of information presented from Community Services Department, which has also gone out to be shared amongst all of the commission members so that they can see all of the tasks that our team works on throughout a year. February 26th, we had here at the office the annual RDOS Long Service Awards for staff. That's for staff who presented certificates for being here between 5 and 35 years, so in 5-year intervals. So that was nice to see the staff get recognized. At 35 years, we did give one out. It was Dawn Hamilton, who likes to say how great it is to work in garbage. So congratulations to Dawn. And we did have 35 years at last year's CAO. Is it Steve? Is he at the OK Falls sewage treatment plant maybe? I believe it was last year.
Steve Anderson, yeah.
Yeah, so we've had a couple real long-term employees, so that's excellent to see. And then on March 1st in the afternoon, we had just an area director specific Parks Canada update, and everyone knows, I believe, Sarah Boyle. She does come and present to our board annually. She's got a new team member, Megan Bull, who was on the line. So Director Knodel was on that, and Director Bush, and staff member Chris Garish. And I'm going to leave that for Director Knodel, who's going to provide just a verbal update on that meeting. So that's everything from me. That takes us to directors' motions. And directors, we've got one in your agenda package here from Director Ulrich. And I'll go to Director Olbrich on this one. Director Olbrich, did you want to move that motion of yours?
Yes, please, I would. Thank you.
Okay, that's been moved. Is there a seconder? Looking for a seconder. Director Monteith, thank you. That's the director motion that administration conduct a review of the Okanagan Falls landfill fees, sewer fees, and waste collection fees, including exploration of the possibility of additional categories, and prior to the adoption of the 2021 fees and charges bylaw and 2021-2025 financial plan. Just so a point of clarification, CAO, are we wanting to go do the vote now, or I believe we have an administrative report in there?
Well, we did provide, because Director Olbrich gave us notice, Madam Chair, we did provide an administrative report. I mean, it completely makes sense. It's just unfortunately with local governments, we get all these rules wrapped around us, and it's always harder to do than one would think logically. But we won't reiterate the report, but certainly if anybody has questions, we'd be happy to respond.
Okay, great. So there's a report in your package. Were there any questions or comments at this time? Director Bush, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, isn't it a little late to do this for this year? I don't.
That's a good question.
It was the earliest we could do it, and it's too late.
But it's still a good process to work through, to move forward on costs and an understanding of those costs and how they're applied and what changes can or cannot be made. Director Olbrich, you had a comment, did you?
Yes, a comment, and I don't know if Director Bush was expressing frustration, but if he is, I join him. This is not time sensitive. If it didn't happen in time for this year's budget, I think OK Falls would be just fine. But I do think it's timely. This has come up in the last year by community members and myself. I've had conversations with CAO on these matters. He did a tour of OK Falls. We met with the Legion. We spoke about 3 matters arising at the Legion: property tax and exemptions related thereto, but also review of the sewer fee hookup and the waste collection fee. This led to a conversation that, you know, is manifesting itself here with this motion, and that is a review of what we can do in the community. We also had concerns brought forth in the last year related to sewer fee hookup for other uses. This is related to residential uses and the differences between single detached versus attached versus apartment. And so it may be timely to have that review. I don't think it's tremendously a complicated review, but I think the community would be very appreciative of having those concerns responded to. And I don't know what the answers are going to be, of course, just like none of us on the board really know what this review will take us to, because we haven't done it yet. I think you have to do the review first before you can know what the conclusions are. With respect to the Okanagan Falls landfill, that one, I want to say thank you to Cameron Bowen. He spent time with me last Friday, and he gave me a wonderful new appreciation for the history of the fees at the Okanagan Falls landfill and why they are the way they are, and how certain things are done. But still, there may be opportunity there to raise the fees. Perhaps if that's in order. Some of the fees are different from Campbell Mountain, and that's worthy of some conversation. Perhaps the fees are to be left the same, but I have to say that after the information provided and the learning that I did with the assistance of Cameron Bowen, I did not understand that history. And you know, maybe the rest of you understood it much better than I did, but I didn't understand it. So I want to say thank you very much to him. And that review, again, I don't think that's a lot of work, but it would be nice to say we did it and gave it a review and had an understanding. And what that does for me personally is when community members ask me questions, I can give them an answer and I can say, yes, there was a review and this is what happened and this is why. which is really what they probably deserve, you know, answers to those questions. And it may be timely. And so if it was not done in time for this year's budget, I'm pretty sure that it's possible with respect to Director Bush's concerns that we might be able to get it done in time for next budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Monteith, you had a comment? Go ahead.
Yes, to the chair. With Area I recently joining in the service of the sewer service with Area D, I just want to make sure that there's a consideration to costing of the two different streams of the service area. So just making sure that that's covered, because I don't want that to be a sticking point for Area D when we get to looking at that when that information comes back. So if there's a separate Area D special thing or Area I, whatever it is, just making sure that those two areas are equally divided and, you know, separated. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. Director Bush, oh, no, you hand came down. Great. Okay, thank you. Anything further? We have a motion on the floor. Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Director Bush opposed? Anybody else opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Any notice of motions to be brought forward today? Director Olbrich, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, the Chair. And this is the notice of motion I spoke to earlier. Again, I'll review the email from Chair Kozakovich, which I think says it better than I can. And it says the correct process would be for Director Olbrich to bring a notice of motion forward to the Board of Directors that he would like to have the park name reconsidered. Once a notice of motion is presented at the following board meeting, it will become a motion, which will require a seconder. If seconded, the board will debate if they wish to see this back at committee for further discussion on a name and a vote. If the board votes in favor of reopening this discussion, it will come forward to a community services committee meeting for debate and a vote. Now, this email was, of course, read by the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission in the December Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and I was asked to please do that. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there was a letter prepared by the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission addressed to all the board members and to the chair. And so I would understand that that letter would be incorporated into the materials that come back to us. And then, of course, the direction that's taken after that. But that is the notice of motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I think your notice of motion is simply for a park name to be reconsidered at this time?
Well, the Parks and Rec Commission said very clearly to reject both the sign proposed and the name. And, you know, their letter speaks for them. I would rather they speak with their words than me trying to summarize it now. But the notice of motion, I think, to give respect to the community that's asked for it, would require that kind of reconsideration, that kind of a motion.
Okay, I think it seems a bit confusing. So this is your notice of motion for park name reconsideration. If that happened and the name was changed, then of course signage would be changed.
Well, there's two parts to what the staff brought to the commission. One was a sign, and then also the name got discussed as well. And so when you read the minutes, you can see what the recommendation or advice was. And in terms of the notice of motion, I think we need to bring this back to this board so they can properly hear and consider what has the advice that has been given. And of course, that's what I want to do, is get that before the board so the board can receive that information and it can be discussed. And then
okay, so the sign in the minutes here, just to clarify, Director Olbrich, was what was presented by Mr. Garnett, and that was denied by the commission, and that is not being done by staff. That was that sign he presented that had excavators, I think, on it. That was denied by your commission and is not being produced. So I'm just wanting to not muddy the waters so much in that it seems to me the motion is to do a part meeting reconsideration right now, being that nothing is happening with that recommended sign by Mr. Garnett. Does
Right,
that sound correct?
yeah, I did not know the sign was not going ahead. That's interesting, and I appreciate that information. But with respect to the remainder, you are correct, and the you know, there was quite a discussion around the commission table. Again, it's in writing, and I think you're right. They would appreciate that I put forth that motion so that the name. And I know you had the benefit of reading the letter when you wrote the response, and I'm agreeing with the suggestion. If there's a better suggestion, I'm certainly open to it. But in the circumstances, I'm happy with that one.
Right, so folks, this is simply a notice of motion. This isn't up for discussion right now. And it can always get wordsmithed a little bit, and we'll see it come back in 2 weeks. Director Bush, you have your hand up?
Yes, this motion was passed by the board, I don't know how long ago, quite a while ago. We had a great discussion and everything, and people attended. So isn't there a procedure if you want to overturn a motion? And I'm just wondering if that procedure is being followed.
Yes, my understanding is that's what we're doing right now is the notice of motion. In 2 weeks, it'll be a motion, and the board will debate whether they want to proceed with that and vote to have the discussion come back to the board to reconsider a name. So right now, the motion is just to see if we would allow this to even come back. So in 2 weeks, that's what we would be debating. And I'll just clarify with Ms. Malden, are we on track here with this notice of motion?
Thanks, Chair. I don't think so. I'm looking for some clarity as well with this, because the term reconsideration has some time parameters around it, and we've far exceeded those. As Director Bush was pointing out, exactly that there is procedure based there. So this wouldn't be a reconsideration as we know it to be, and it would not be brought forward through that formal reconsideration process. Rather, it would be more just a recommendation that the board review the naming of the park.
Okay, sounds great. So if you're okay with that, Director Ulrich, Ms. Malden helped with wordsmithing that.
Well, I really appreciate the help, and thank you, Director Bush, for the question. I really care that we follow correct procedure, and yeah, the wording was suggested, and I'm happy to amend it further to the advice of the Legislative Service Manager, who I greatly appreciate that help. And I will gladly speak with Legislative Service Manager after this meeting and help in any way I can to get this done in a way that is proper and procedure is correctly followed. I agree with Director Bush. That's real important. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Malden. You have your hand up. Is there something else? No, leftover hand? Okay. Director Vasilaki, you have a hand up?
Yep, thank you very much, and through the chair. I always was of the opinion, and I know it's in the community charter, that you can only bring it back the following meeting from the time that it got voted on and passed or denied. You can bring it back the following meeting.
This is not a motion of reconsideration, so your point is correct, but if it's not a reconsideration, then it's not relevant.
So, directors, this isn't, we don't go back and forth amongst each other, so just wait to be called on. So I think Director Oberk is looking at this as a suggested name change, potentially different than what was approved. So I think folks
that is bringing it back.
Yeah,
that
so
is bringing it back to change what the original approval was.
Director Vasilaki, we will have that debate in 2 weeks. That's where
but right now, what I'm saying is that it shouldn't even be coming back.
It's a notice of motion, and Director Vasilaki, it's a notice of motion. In 2 weeks, we'll decide whether it's an appropriate motion. Exactly what you're saying is where that'll go, and the board will vote on that. And if everyone votes to bring it back, it'll come back to committee in the future. If they don't, it's done right then. So
I disagree, but I'll abide by your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anything further? We have that notice there. Thank you. Oh, Director Oberg, yes?
Yes, and thank you. And just to Director Vasilaki, I agree. We have to do things properly, and I agree with you completely. And I will, as I stated a moment ago, be speaking with Legislative Services Manager and CAO to get some help to make sure we do just exactly that. You may all recall November 7, 2019, in a Legislative Service workshop, Legislative Service Manager talked about how you can bring things back after a year. So I'll double check with her. But I agree with you. We want to be respectful. We want to be respectful of past decisions. You may recall we had one June 6th. The board overturned it on September 5th. There's a procedure question that relates to that. All that being said, I just want to say I agree with you. It's real important, and I agree with Director Vasilaki.
Okay, so thank you, folks. We're not going to debate this in 2 weeks. Director Oberg may not even move it if he finds out some other information through Legislative Services. It may not even be moved as a motion in 2 weeks. So let's move on from there, folks. Anybody else with a notice of motion? Director Oberg, I hope that's a leftover hand. Or did you have another? Okay, good. Thank you. Anybody else with a notice of motion? Okay, let's move on to H3, which is board members' verbal updates. I did request that Director Knodel just give a brief update on our Parks Canada meeting from Monday. Could you go ahead, please, Director Knodel?
Yes, to the chair, thank you. It was really, it's good that we finally got to the point where we're talking about the specific issues at these meetings. So I'm glad we got there. There's quite a few of the residents that will border on or be surrounded by this park have concerns that really don't show up if you're not right in the vicinity. Things like invasive species and forest fire fighting, local fighting response and reporting were two of the things that came up at this meeting. Forest fuel reduction processes that are being undertaken by the province, whether they would be carried through into the national park. Also were briefly discussed. Flood mitigation. There's quite a few more to go. Wildlife encroachment, perimeter fencing or perimeter boundary border handling, etc. But what we're trying to do is focus down on these, bring our respective experts in and get a good discussion on them and see what we can do to mitigate the fears and concerns. So I'm very glad to see it moving forward to this point. So I'd like to thank Parks Canada for their involvement there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Director Knowles. Did anybody else have an update that they'd like to provide today? Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so we kind of got some interesting but not very nice news today from our local school board that they're putting up the Riverside Center for sale, which the regional district has put a lot of money into, and the communities towns put a lot of money into it. And I just got a notice there's already a Save the Riverside Center group being formed in town, and this just happened today. So we can expect some very heated and probably not very nice discussions coming out of our community. So stay tuned.
Wow, that's unfortunate news. Thank you very much for letting us know, Director Coyne. We look forward to hearing some more information on what is going on there. Any other director with an update? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Thank you. It's not an update, but I would sure appreciate knowing a bit more background on that from Director Coyne, just what has been invested and just what the community uses it for, just for knowledge. I don't know if this is the right place, but just thinking that it's taxpayers' money that have gone in there and there's a change coming to it, it's nice to know the background.
Good.
Thank you.
Actually, Bill Newell can probably give a better account of what the regional districts put into it than I can, because a lot of it happened prior to my being part of the regional district, being elected.
CAO, are you able to provide an update?
I have to dig out the specific amounts, Madam Chair, but this is a facility that's owned by the school district, and at one point we had a large reserve that was available, and we used it to replace the roof on Riverside Center when we were dissolving the reserve. So, but I can give you specific amounts in the future.
Okay, thank you, CAO. So hopefully maybe in 2 weeks we will have a further update, or maybe if Director Coyne has anything to share with us via email, please do. Director Spencer Coyne, did you have something to add to that discussion? Or did you have a different idea?
Yeah, no, so right now the town of Princeton has been the one leasing the Riverside School. We're just putting a press release out right now as we speak. When the regional district had the lease prior to the town, there was a performing arts theater built on this as an attachment to the school. There's a daycare center in there. Rotary put a commercial kitchen in to the facility. It's our emergency, our ESS center. It's our Arts Council center. The regional district still rents an office there for building inspection. It's a very vital part of our community. And pickleball, we just put in a pickleball court outside, and there's a pickleball court inside as well. So it's a little bit of a shock to us. We're still figuring out what to do. There's a consultation process that the school district is going to be undergoing so they can get approval from the province to sell it. And at that time, it will go for, as in the memo that went out from the school district, at fair market value. We believe there's almost $1 million in tax improvements done between the regional district and the town of Princeton over the years since it was closed. So yeah, we're just trying to figure out what to do right now. So we'll give you more when we know more, I guess.
Okay, thank you for that update, Director Spencer Coyne. Director McCordoff, you're next, please.
Thank you. You may have noticed this afternoon that a few of us were missing from the meeting for a while because we were attending the Interior Health Mayor's Update, which we do on a weekly basis. And I just wanted to point out from all of us that there are a few, positive things that are happening there, which makes us all happy. 40,000 doses of the vaccine have already been given out in the Interior Health region already, which is more than I had realized. March 8th, they're doing the over 90, March 15th, and this is when you can call in. Bob, that doesn't include you. March 15th, it's over 85, and March 22nd, it's over 80. So they seem to have things fairly well organized. There were several questions that were answered, such as, and I asked one, would there be any mobile or drive-through clinics? And there may be in some areas, depending on the geography and how far away they are from a main center. There is a public statement coming out tomorrow, is what they think. And there are clinics in the 6 municipalities that are in the RDOS. So we're looking forward to having that information brought forward. And I mean, there's all kinds of things like, do you need people to help you at these places, and do they have to be vaccinated, and so on. So we do this on a weekly basis, and we will continue to get information as it becomes available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And CAO Newell, you have a hand up? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just checking back through my reports, Madam Chair, and apparently the Wellness Center roof project was $140,000 and the regional district put in $110,000 of that.
And how long ago was that, CIO?
That was 2014.
Okay, thank you. Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question for Director McCordoff, if I may, regarding her the vaccinations. Did they? I just wondered, did they say, or do you know, is the week that people call in, is that the same week they actually get the vaccination, or they're just given a date which could be some point in the future?
Through the chair, I'll answer that. I think that at that point you will get, when you phone in and it's your turn to phone in, depending on your age, you will get an appointment. So, once the appointment has been set up, it will also be confirmed. They'll either email you back if people don't have emails. They may ask for a phone number, or they'll give you the confirmation right away. And by the way, you don't get the second shot booked at the same time. This is just for the first shot. It'll all be coming out. Yeah.
I was just wondering how long they have to wait after they make their appointment. Like, is the appointment for that week, or is it for 3 weeks in advance or something?
I would think it's pretty close to that time. I think it might be for the next week. If they set it up 1 week, it might be for the next, but it's very close.
Yeah. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Director Bush, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to know that us people in the 70s now aren't really considered that senior. Also, I'd like to ask Director Spencer Coyne if the town of Princeton or regional district or a combination, if they could put in what's that word when you expropriate or something, that building, if there's any way to do that.
That's a good question. I don't know yet. I don't know what we're gonna do at this point. We have a lot of discussions to take place. We're kind of, I don't want to say blindsided, but we're a little surprised by the whole thing. So we're still trying to figure out what our next move is.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Anybody else have an update? Anything to share from your community? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. That takes us to the end of our agenda. So if there is nothing further, I am looking for a motion to adjourn for the day. Moved by Director Robinson, seconded by Director Bush. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Nope, motion carries. Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye, everyone.